Flashes coming up at the top of staircase. There's an easy kill for Hyper, and a second and a third. Dark Zero in full control. A triple for Grixer, and there's the quad. United.
Great teamwork. Sonics take the lead again.
Disrupt the best of the best.
His teammate's gone. And what's this? He's got a Nitro Cell as well.
TSM.
Tempo Storm absolutely storms through this matchup.
Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
Welcome to day 2 of the Rainbow Six Siege US Division. Today, Disrupt versus Oxygen, then the Susquehanna Sonics against Dark Zero. Lots of excitement ahead of us. Cannot wait to get these matches started. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with our analysts, Jesse and Veli. Gentlemen, are you amped or what? Veli?
I'm hyped. Day 1 was cool. We saw a good game towards the end, especially with Tempo and TSM. I wanted an upset. I feel like today we might get it though.
Jesse, how you feeling pre-match?
I feel pretty good. I think the really cool thing about today is we've got a lot of new coming in. We got 4 rookies having their first games get played today. We've also got a new roster in Disrupt, and then the Sonics coming back looking pretty new as well. So today's going to be so fresh. I'm so hyped.
Gentlemen, we are in great spirits, but really quickly, we want to check in with our casters, Kix and Intero. Gentlemen, how are you feeling? Day 2 action. Hey, guys.
I feel great, Jackie. Thank you so much for the introduction. It's good to be here. We're wrapping up our final US Division show of the week. And Michael, I don't know about you, but I'm pumped to see the debut of Disrupt today and all of the new blood here in the US Division.
Yeah, not only for Disrupt, but all of the teams playing today. It's going to be some exciting matches. I'm especially excited for what some are calling a grudge match going into this first one, but we'll touch more on that later. It's going to be a good day.
I'm really excited to see. But anywho, we have, I think we have the desk back and ready to take over.
We are ready. Thank you so much, Intero and Kix. And we're going to let you guys prepare for the match, but let's go back to our analysts. All right, Veli, the US Division, we have seen some format changes. Can you break that all down for us?
So for those of you that missed out on the draft show or even day 1 of the new US Division, let me break it down for you and make it easy. In stage 1, we're going to have a double GSL format, and basically the name of the game is you win 2 games and you're in top 4. If you don't, you wind up on the bottom 2 of your respective groups. You're going to wind up in Group B for stage 2. Now, this is going to be important because in Group A, the top 3 will automatically qualify for the major. Places 4 through 6, they're going to battle it out in the regional qualifier, and if you get 8th place, you're going to relegations. Listen, no one's going to save you there, so make sure you do not fall in that spot.
All right, thanks so much, Veli. And we did have our US Division draw show last week. Jesse, can you break down the main takeaways from that? That's why we're here.
Definitely. So the draw show a little over a week ago now. If you missed it, the purpose of that was to decide who's in what group, to decide who plays who first, and to decide when those games get played. We had Space Station Gaming become the captains of Group A due to the fact that they're the world champions. They won Pro League Season 11, easily the best team in North America. And we had TSM become the team captain of Group B. That meant that they got to choose first for their group as well, due to being the second best team in the region. So as you can see down below, Space Station and TSM got the first picks. The teams that they chose then got to pick next. There were some curveballs that got thrown. As you can see down below, the Sonics ended up choosing Dark Zero, which was a huge shock to everybody. Super, had his thinking cap on and had a huge strategy for it. But then a second curveball kind of came around when the match draw came around, and we saw Tempo Storm choose to play TSM in their first round. So we had a lot of really interesting stuff going on in the draw show. The final result was we had a lot of actually normal games happening. A lot of the top teams facing the lower level teams in our first week. So yeah, it went really well. We've now gotten half of those matches out of the way, and today, obviously, we get the second half.
All right, thanks so much, Jesse. And let's break down our groups again. Group A, SSG, E United, Oxygen, and Disrupt. Group B, TSM, Dark Zero, Susquehanna Sonics, and Tempo Storm. And we're going to bring up the bracket here. Jesse, can you give us a quick overview of that?
For sure. So obviously we'll start with Group A, and last time we were here, we saw Space Station Gaming battle against E United. It was a relatively one-sided affair. SSG seemed pretty dominant in that. They moved forward in the bracket. Now E United are not out, they're not eliminated, but they do fall down to the lower bracket, which means they're very, very close to being forced into that bottom bracket in the next stage. Then in Group B, we had Tempo Storm take on TSM, and again, this one was pretty close. Despite the 2-0 scoreline, Tempo Storm put up a good fight, but eventually TSM moved forward and Tempo Storm fell down. That means Dark Zero versus Sonics. The winner of that will play TSM, and the loser goes down against Tempo Storm.
All right, thanks, Jesse. Oh man, y'all. We got to talk about the action today, though. You heard Kix. He's calling it a grudge match. Oxygen versus Disrupt. Okay, gentlemen. Oxygen, let's start with them. They're a fun team to watch. They are aggressive. They are unpredictable. Let's be honest, they weren't too hot towards the end of last season, but no one can deny the skill and talent on this team. But Veli, what do they need to do to stand out? What do you feel like Oxygen needs to do to kill it this season?
So, me and a lot of other people out there, why do we like Oxygen? You have walking highlight reels on that roster. You take a look at Laxing, Foxay, even Vertical. These guys are incredible. But that means nothing if you're always middle of the pack. Now, this team, they've always been on the cusp to be top 2, top 1 in all of NA. We haven't seen it yet. So, this season, I want to see if their individual skill is also going to correlate to their teamwork and if they're going to be a better team this time around, especially with their latest pickups, Bio and Slashhug.
For sure. I think that really Oxygen would need to jump up and really improve some of their strats that are coming into things, really think about the game and act more coordinated. We know they've got the skill, we know they've got the talent. I'm hoping now they've had a little bit more practice time, particularly with Slash and Bio, that they will be able to show us that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an exceptional team. The fragging power with the trio of Fox, Laxing, and Vertical, and then Slash and Bio, they are bringing a lot of leadership, a lot of experience. I do feel like a lot of eyes are on the IGL right now. Jesse, would you agree with that?
Certainly, yeah. I think that Bio, being a part of this roster, somewhat new. How he leads the team is going to be really interesting. Obviously, he's got a storied past where he's been on teams like TSM and led them in the IGL role. And he seems to be really working out for them in that role too. So he's got the experience leading teams, and so with him back holding the reins, it should lead them in a good direction. Obviously, this is all on paper and stuff, and we haven't seen this team in a long, long time. But no, they'll get put to the test today for sure.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Now let's take a look at their opponent, Disrupt.
Disrupt is different in the sense that I feel like all of us here actually are extremely close friends. In the past, I didn't really have that, and that's something that I'm very grateful for.
We all like each other, we all want to be here, we all want to win. We're a real team.
You're definitely a solid team. Vibes are always pretty high.
We're all on the same page all the time. It's like someone says to do something and no one second guesses or has any doubts. We all just do it and we all come in.
And we have a really strong strategy right now. And I think that's stronger than any team I've had so far in terms of strategy especially.
We have a lot of raw talent in NJR and in Shuttle. Those two players, alone have so much fragging ability that it's really hard to contain them. When you put everything together, I really feel like our team is just strong in every aspect.
I'd say we have a massive underdog story.
At least on Reddit and Twitter and stuff like that, a lot of people love to shit on us, but they've never seen us play. They don't know how good we actually are, and I'm excited to prove everyone wrong.
People don't think we're going to have a very promising season, but I have very high hopes for the teams.
We just plan to win every match in Phase 1 to make the major.
I want to beat every team we play, and I think we can do it.
We're just going to work our asses off. We're going to prep. We're going to do everything right, do what we can.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready to win.
Okay, y'all. I don't know about you, but did you hear Retro?
Yeah.
Did you hear Retro? Okay, this is usually a soft-spoken player, and for him to be I want to prove everyone wrong, that just got me a little bit fired up inside. Real talk, this is kind of like the island of misfit toys here. Some decent players who were dropped, coming together. But you heard them all saying, we got something to prove today. Veli, I'm sure you agree with that.
Of course, and there's a reason why Kick said this is a grudge match. Retro and Nyx were formerly on Oxygen when they were known as Reciprocity. Now Nyx, he's one of the most highly criticized players out there, and rightfully so. A lot of people are saying he's an Ashe main crush. He can't do anything on those specific operators. Nyx has a chip on his shoulder, and he wants to prove the world that he's not only good enough to be a star in this game, but he's also good enough to beat his former team.
I want to talk to you guys about the team chemistry here. Like I was saying, Retro is a little bit more soft-spoken, and some of the other players on this team are a little bit more on the quieter side. Nyx is not like that, and he is the in-game leader. Do you believe that this will be problematic, or do you think maybe, hey, this will work, they just have one person to go to all the time? Jesse, I'm going to throw that one to you.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a good balance for a team dynamic, honestly. Like, when you've got 4 guys that are good at listening, they're not going to butt heads, they're willing to just sit down and cooperate, and then one guy who can step up and really lead, that's a recipe for success. And yeah, sometimes when you've only got one guy at the helm, he's not always going to have the best ideas, but even like subpar ideas can work if everybody commits to it, if everybody's following through with it, and they all, trust their leader and they all do what he says. Sometimes that can work. And so, yeah, I like the dynamic quite a bit. I also think, them being together in Vegas is going to be a huge help for them. They've got a house. They're all down there already. So, they're going to have that coordination built up. And while it is a new roster, they've taken a lot of steps to maybe mitigate the negative effects that might come with that.
Yeah, and Rome...
I guess... Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, Rome wasn't built in a day, Jackie. And this team is new. We haven't seen Disrupt on the big stage yet. And also, with this team being new, they have a newcomer, NJR. So last time on the draft show, I asked Jesse, is NJR even good? And you guys laughed at me. I've been asking different pros around there from all around the NA League, and they've all said NJR is an absolute beast. We're talking about double-digit kills, 14, 15 kills in scrims. Yes, scrims, but still, that can translate if he's able to keep a cool head and bring that against the heavy slayers on Oxygen.
Okay, gentlemen, here is the big question. Who is taking it all? Disrupt, Oxygen. Jesse, you're in the hot seat.
Okay, I want to say first off, I think Disrupt have a lot of positives going for them, and I really do think they're going to do something big this season, and I'm excited to see what they've got in store. But I really have to go with the devil I know and not the one that's full of question marks. So I think Oxygen Esports are going to edge this one out. It should be close, and I hope that I'm proven wrong because Disrupt really are an exciting team, but I think Oxygen will take this first game.
Valley?
Okay, I love an underdog story. I love those storylines, Jackie, but I'm not going to do it today, especially in this matchup.
Okay.
There's so many question marks around this Disrupt Gaming roster. So, I'm going to give it over to the boys on Oxygen because I believe on paper, this team is stacked compared to the next, and they should win this type of matchup, especially if this season they want to make a difference and get past that hump to be one of the best in the world.
All right, our analysts are saying Oxygen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And for all of you watching at home, please make sure you are following us on Twitter and on Instagram. And coming up, we do have our community poll and so much action ahead with our casters. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I think our team brings the work ethic.
Wanting to be better, wanting to improve, just always wanting to adapt and change.
The team that I'm on has improved since its inception.
A team that, gets along together, have good chemistry, and not only that, fit in their right roles.
I'm willing to do anything for the team. I don't really care about how I look or how my stats look. Whatever is gonna get us the win. You have to put in a lot of work watching VODs, making strats, analyzing your own strats.
Coming up with strategy and new ways to attack and defend just to help us win and improve.
Specific strats can make it, hard to push a certain site or clearing roamers. The game is very, very complex.
I'm really motivated by just wanting to win.
I truly want to be the best.
There's no easy route. It's always going to be an uphill battle.
Anything in life, it's not given to you. You have to just, take it and work for it.
To leave without getting a major win would just be I'd be left a little unsatisfied.
Yeah, I don't think I've really achieved what I wanted to yet.
COVID really affected reciprocity.
But it feels great to get a fresh start with Team Oxygen.
Thank you to them for allowing us to pursue this more.
Really grateful for Oxygen Gaming to give us this chance, and we look forward to performing under them.
We just want to prove to them that we really appreciate this and we're trying to be the best over here.
All right, well, you get to hear it from Oxygen themselves. For those that weren't paying attention, they used to be known as Reciprocity. They touched on it in the video. Economic circumstances surrounding the pandemic that's going on unfortunately caused Reciprocity to shutter its doors, but we have Oxygen stepping in place, and I think that how thankful and grateful the players were should tell you just how much they appreciate Oxygen up to this point.
Yeah, much respect to Oxygen for stepping in and making that happen. And it's great to see that we still have these players who deserve to have their home in competition. So that's pretty exciting. And, well, we've got a really exciting match for you guys between Disrupt and Oxygen as a whole. We've got a lot of layers to go through. Let's just start things off with the community vote. So the idea behind this one was that we would decide, or you guys would decide, who's going to be the one to have the most plants. You can vote for that on R6 Esports NA. Pretty easy to find it. It's right underneath Parker. And that should be kind of an interesting statistic actually to watch with both these teams.
Yeah, who can get the objective down the most is something that we don't really focus on that much, especially with a lot of the metas that we've gone through over the last couple of years. They haven't really been diffuser or objective based. It's been mostly just kill them all as quickly as you can and take as much time as you need to be able to do that. So will we see any real objective play here is the real question.
Well, we've got the maps ready, so we'll go ahead and run through that as quickly as we can. Find out where we're going to be playing this match. Of course, since this is a best of 3, we're going to go through it in a ban-ban, pick-pick, ban-ban decider system. So we'll start off with Disrupt, the first ban, getting rid of Oregon. Now, one thing to keep in mind is, since Disrupt is relatively new, there's not a whole lot to say about their maps. We can't really dive too deep into what they're good at, what they're not good at, because there's not a lot of stats to throw back on. When it comes to Oxygen, there's a little bit more information, and that's going to actually work in Disrupt's favor. They should have an advantage, not only because of that, but because of the past experience you have to expect Nyx and Retro to have from their old team's map preferences.
Now, that's an interesting one. Cafe is the very first pick out the gate, and this is not exactly Oxygen's strongest map. They've played it a couple times. They've banned it a number of times. They don't have any recorded wins in the previous season of Pro League to get us to this point. So Disrupt obviously very confident in this map, assuming that Oxygen hasn't gotten any better on it. There's plenty of VODs and plenty of footage for them to go off of, and the next pick up is going to be Consulate as well, which is, like we said, can't really talk about Disrupt here, Michael, because we don't know exactly what their strengths and weaknesses are, and we don't know what their map pool looks like. But for Oxygen, this isn't that bad of a map for them. It's no surprise that this would be their pick. Consulate should be comfortable territory for Oxygen.
Yeah, we'll have the bans continue on until we get to our decider map, but what we've got so far is shaping up to be pretty darn interesting. We've got a lot of diversity. Cafe and Consulate are very different maps and how they're actually going to play out. And it'll be Villa as our decider map. Okay, so we know where we're going to play. That's step number 1 taken care of. And now we can start to theorize about what's going to happen in-game. I really like that Cafe pick by Disrupt. As you pointed out, Parker, it's a map that Oxygen in the past haven't been too comfortable on. But when we're talking about the past, it's important to keep in mind that most of this information we're working on, or working with rather, is from 2 months prior. So there's going to be a lot of time in between that, then and now, to build up your map pool and get more proficient with these.
Yeah. And we've got the matchup ready for you, so we'll be getting in with no time wasted, because I know there's many of you here watching that want to see if the new org behind Oxygen is going to do much to help elevate them out of the 4th place that they finished in last season, or if Disrupt is going to beat expectations, because there is a huge question mark that we want an answer to. I think everybody wants an answer, Michael, to the question, how is Disrupt going to do? And let's get into it. Our very first matchup between these two teams, and our first matchup of our second day here of the US Division.
All right, well, right off the cuff, it's going to be a ban onto Ashe by Oxygen. That's interesting. So it's been talked about at length how we are currently in a meta where there's many things for you to destroy. And oh boy, with a Thatcher ban on top of an Ashe ban, destroying those things, whether they be electronics, deployable shields, evil eyes, what have you, it's going to get much more difficult in this match in particular. We got a Valkyrie ban on the information side for defense. Now, it's going to be curious to see what this last ban will be, as we've got a couple options on the board. You know, normally you'd see it be an Echo, but if not mistaken, that is still permabanned. So that's not going to be a problem for either team, and they won't have to consider it, which actually opens up their ban phase quite a lot, especially on the defensive side. Kai, the final ban, and this is going to be, from my perspective, a pretty defensive-sided setup. With a Thatcher and an Ashe ban, that means so many things will just be more durable, since there's no Ashe in play, and so many electronics will last longer since there's no Thatcher in play.
Yeah, I expect to see a Zofia every single round. I think that's pretty much a standard here, and no surprise, there she is on your screen. Also a set of frag grenades. Now that Buck doesn't have access to them, it's going to be Maverick holding on to them. So you've got Mira still on the board. You've got Maestro still on the board here, Michael. There's a lot that these defenders can play with. And like you said, it's going to be very defender heavy for already one of the more defender sided maps in the map pool. Don't be too surprised to see a very aggressive gameplay from Disrupt to try and take any advantages away from the defense. And the setup that we see right now, or the lineup at least, from that we see coming out from Oxygen, this is very interesting, to be completely honest. A Doc on the board, he's not exactly brought for utility, Michael, but a Jaeger and a Wamai obviously coming in for very specific reasons. Oh, this is going to be fun to watch, and I expect Oxygen to try and take advantage of the fact that I don't know how well Disrupt strategies are going to hold up against teams, because we haven't seen them in any real competition yet.
Yeah, that's the real question mark, as you mentioned in the lead, and as it's been talked about really by all of us. In the lead into this match, what is Disrupt's game plan? What have they got to show us? Well, finally we get to figure out what that is, and I'm pretty, well, as I've said a few times already, excited. We get the first round started, prep phase done. It's a very open setup from Oxygen. They're trying to keep themselves spread out and trying to maintain control over as many angles as possible. They've got, right now, full control over the first floor. Vertical playing the bakery in an interesting way. He's actually not behind the shelving unit right now, but it looks like it's going to be a top-down clear from DG, so a little bit of a different pace from the attack than you might expect, or a lot of people will set up outside of that bakery.
Now, the Ashe ban is not just for utility, Michael. It's also that a lot of people have made comments about Nyx being inflexible on attacking roles. So the leader of this Disrupt squad is going to have to show his stuff. And man, what a return that is for him to professional Rainbow Six play. Welcome back to the big leagues. We're going to target ban your best operator. And, well, I mean, Nyx is rocking the Buck. It's a similar style, so I don't think it's going to be too weird to see how he plays on the Buck, but there's no projectiles, there's no explosives that he's going to have at his disposal. That'll be in the hands of NJR and also in the hands of Retro with Shuttle for backup on the explosive front.
Setup has been adjusted a few times since the round started out. Some really interesting angles being set up by Oxygen, and you can see they hear the Buck skeleton key above. And now they're thinking to themselves, okay, we need to adjust, we need to account for that soft destruction, the pressure that Nyx is going to be putting onto the bomb site, and we need to make sure that we're not dying to those angles our former teammate are setting up.
just slowly picking everything away from that second floor, and Oxygen hasn't dedicated a roamer to taking care of holding on to either the second or third floors. They're very stuck inside of the bomb sites. We can see it right now. They've got both Laxing and Foxay playing a little bit off site, but that's really it. And I don't know if Disrupt is stalling through the mid round here, or if they're just taking their time. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, right now it seems like Oxygen's in comfortable spots. They don't seem to be very vulnerable to that vertical destruction that was put up by Disrupt, and they're just waiting out the round. You can see patience is the name of the game for Oxygen. It's their key plan, or so it appears, by their current, static nature. Disrupt, on the other hand, also rather static. They'll be dropping into Freezer, and they'll get by the first layer. That's Biologic, who looks like 2 people slip by his control. And JR trying to challenge. Retro going for a plant. There's no denial from Oxygen, and that'll be a Disrupt plant. Now post-plant, as Foxay gets the planter, Retro down. It's still a bad situation for Oxygen. Foxay trying to stick, but he's got to deal with the Capitao, who will deal with him, actually. Oxygen, though, putting up 2 more kills. The angle from above, Nick should be able to deny the disable, and he does just that. He's got that soft destruction working for him. Biologic trying to deny that pressure that the Buck is putting up, allowing for the disable, and he'll be successful. The drop from Zofia is also shut down, and Vertical, Oxygen will take round number 1.
I think, honestly, that Disrupt just ran out of time on that round.
Yeah.
And, you know, they spent about 1.5 minutes on that second floor taking the control that they wanted. You could see from the perspective of both the Buck and the Capitao that Disrupt was pinging where they thought the location of the Oxygen members were. But OXG just continued to elude them. And no matter what, DG could not provoke a fight one bit. Unfortunately for DG, they dropped with 20 seconds left on the clock in the midst of smoke. It was called out by Biologic, and at that point, you know how hard it is to fight your way out of that freezer. It's incredibly challenging. If you don't have extra eyes on either the main door into kitchen, if you don't have somebody pushing prep, if you don't have someone dedicated to holding those angles from above, which Disrupt did, to be fair. They had somebody on that second floor, and that was Shuttle in that position as the Zofia who had to drop at the very final moment. You know, it's very challenging for a team to be able to find their footing in that regard, and it just looked like a lack of planning on DG's side. And OXG knew exactly how to deal with a freezer drop. They patiently waited. They cut off the rotate that would happen through the window. They cut off the doorway. And then as 2 different members of OXG started to defuse, there was more than enough numbers on their side to be able to hold off the Disrupt member that tried to shut it down.
Well, we're going to move upstairs, it seems, for a roam setup, as Oxygen have decided to defend the middle floor of their second bomb site. It's mining, interestingly. Many teams, when defending on this middle floor, will opt for reading as a bomb site. Oxygen not falling into that groove. Interesting decisions. The thing that I'm noting most about Oxygen setups here is that they're very open. They're setting up as many angles as possible, and I think it's in an effort to try and confuse Disrupt when they go for that floor clear, because the vertical play is not going to be hindered too much by this, the way that Oxygen is setting up. Disruptor's still going to be able to open up from above. But what we saw in the last round, and what I suspect we might see in this round, is Disrupt opening from above, not really catching anything with that vertical control, and then getting forced into angles they're not used to dealing with. And I think that's the game plan for Oxygen. It's too hard to call it right now, but it worked pretty well for them in the first round.
It's interesting stack up on the north rappel with NJR just down below Shuttle as they try to pick away at some of the wall, and you can see both NJR and Reed's drones are establishing if somebody is playing inside of mining, but no, it doesn't look like there's anybody there. This pressure up on the third floor will now begin to get a little bit worse for OXG. They're going to have some calling down below. As you can see, Foxay with the cardiac sensor in hand, he's got very valuable intel that he'll be able to give to the remaining members of his team that are still upstairs until they fall off. And I'd imagine at some point, Oxygen will likely have at least one of those roamers fall off and head back for the site down below.
Once again, slow play from Disrupt. The caution here is abundant. You can see how worried they are about all the angles, once again, that have been opened up by Oxygen. And they're trying to confront the fights, but Oxygen's just not presenting any real fights. They're being passive. They're saying to themselves, okay, we can wait this out. We don't need to stress. And, well, that's proven correct thus far, as 2 minutes into the round, no kills have been put up by either team.
See that proximity alarm in the hands of Laxing. Castle lost access to the impact, so that might be a flank that can be denied, or at least a split push that can be denied, as there'll be somebody on defense that'll be able to catch it, or at least hear it. First kill's going to go to Disrupt. They'll add to that as 2 very fast kills come in order with 40 seconds left on the clock. Down goes Slash, down goes Foxay, but Laxing can fire back, returning some of that fire before NJR finds himself on the board. Another kill from Laxing as this man can heat up. A third for Laxing. My goodness, he's unstoppable so far. And he'd be able to complete them all. He's just looking for 2 more, and he lets the buck just slip under his radar. He's going to need to clutch. 4 kills for Laxing. He'll seek some shelter inside a fireplace. He knows he has Diffuser down. It's a 1v1 versus Shuttle and Laxing. They were longtime teammates, but who's going to get the better of it? It's Shuttle. What a shot by him, played perfectly to cool off the red-hot Laxing. And Disrupt will take their very first round ever in the US division.
Well done there to Shuttle for actually clutching that. I am surprised. Honestly, Laxing was on point through that round. Came so close to the ace. Nice try, though, for him. And with the worst gun of the game, TM, no less. That round honestly should have gone to Disrupt. For the majority of the execution, the way they set up, it was pretty solid. They had a lot of rotation cutoffs. The one thing that Disrupt failed to account for was the hallway pressure, the red hall pressure specifically. And that's where Laxing found himself. That's where Laxing got his kills, because nobody on Disrupt was watching that. It looked like they had someone actually trying to cover that, but it didn't work out. Laxing won that gunfight. And after that, Laxing was allowed to deny the defuse plant. However, once again, I state, this setup from Disrupt was really well thought out. It seemed to be kind of on the fly. And the execution could have worked out had Laxing not gotten the kills he got in the hallway. A little bit of different angle play from Disrupt in that round, and we've got a very different story. It's no longer a 1v1 for the win. It would have just been an absolute domination. So that, in my mind, was an earned round from Disrupt, despite how close it came.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Top floor here for Oxygen. We'll see how they do here. Looks like Retro is calling for a rehost. We'll see what comes of that, or what the admins say moving forward.
There is some dispute here. Hello, can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
I don't know what went wrong. But
yeah.
Anywho. We'll wait for the admins to make a decision here on the rehost or not. Honestly, I was trying to sum up the previous round when I found out that I was just shouting into the void. And it's that honestly, that second round, there was 2 key instances where it just looked like Disrupt took a 50-50 and they came out on top. You lose that 50-50, that round swings completely in favor of your opponents, and that's really what it boils down to. Sometimes you can set up the best strategy in the world and call on the fly, and you just lose a gunfight or 2, and that's it. The whole round is totally kaput, so.
Well, in this round, it's been a really slow execute over to the top floor. 1 stun missed there, but the job is done, and the bolt will go towards the pixel spot. Vertical gets Nyx as he attempts to push into Piano. And the pressure being applied by Foxay here, by the B-bomb, is going to be quite substantial. Drone coming in here, and Disrupt have found out where Foxay is. They're going to be applying that continued pressure to Foxay, but he can drop if there's nobody in pillars, and it looks like he's done just that, actually. Gas canister starting to come out as we hit the last minute here. Disrupt still keen on executing through Piano, but they haven't really got anything else going for them yet. They're going to need to use that hard destruction on NJR to open up some angles, or this is going to be bottleneck push after bottleneck push. You can also use the Maverick.
I was going to say, he's still got all of his X-Kairos left, so, but this stall inside a cocktail is really happening because of the Jaeger and Wamai combination. And speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear, in this case disappear. It's Vertical, who is the Wamai, he's gone. Both teams now at a 4v4 with 40 seconds left to go, and really anybody's ball game, but you've got to imagine that the hard destruction work that's being done right now inside a cocktail is definitely going to aid Disrupt. That's what the Mavericks' focus is on the bar back storage. And he'll just slowly work away at that wall, and when I say slowly, I literally mean it, opening up a couple avenues for his teammates to be able to see in, but right now it looks like Disrupt's going to go fishing, and well, they're not landing anything quite yet. Smokes will go off to obscure the freezer as a push comes in from Disrupt. One down from Oxygen's side, but it's answered back, and an angle being held around the bomb chassis. There's the Hibana taking a ton of damage, finished off by Foxy. But it's Retro now in a 1v2 against his former team. He'll be able to get that diffuser down. The objective play from Disrupt is good so far. One kill for Retro, and both of them! Goodness gracious, Oxygen pushes slowly and staggered, and Disrupt makes them pay. It's their second round in a row.
Yeah, a little bit too much patience there on the retake from Oxygen. And we get a GN in the chat from Retro. And a throw towards his old team. Oh boy. Nick's calling for a rehost. We'll see what comes of that. Again, that's down to the admins. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and give it a rehost. Don't know what the issue is, but I'm sure we'll figure that as it comes. Although the score does stand 2-1, I would imagine, we are going to be taking a brief pause.
Yeah, and you're back to see us and our wonderfully beautiful smiling faces. Hopefully all of you are done. Hopefully all of you have had a great day so far. And well, I suppose when we get into this, we can look at what happened in that bar cocktail take, because really Disrupt won it the last second with that clutch from Retro, which is not unusual. We've seen Retro be clutch in the long run and in the run towards the end of a round, but man, that came so close. Once again, the clock has not been Disrupt's friend, Michael, at all. They have come down to the bitter end through 3 rounds so far, and they've made it work twice. The first time, though, with how unfriendly that kitchen bakery defense is, you're very hard-pressed to make anything happen when you've got such little time, but bar cocktail, as you control one side of that map, you can really control the pace and go for a default plant just as Disrupt did.
Yeah, so in my mind, I was seeing that playing out Oxygen's way. The key points to that were, as you mentioned, the time, which was huge, and the control of Cocktail that applied pressure to default plant. Now, my thought was, after Foxy got the first kill, boosted inside a Cocktail, holding the angle into default, after he got that kill, I'm thinking, oh, it's over. There's nothing Disrupt can really do to get that diffuser down. But then suddenly Retro, I don't even know where he came from, in the dying seconds of the round, gets the diffuser, plants it, and then is allowed to take 2 separate 1v1s to win out the round. I think the confidence there from the defense was a little bit much. Oxygen could have maybe slowed down and turned that into a 2v1 and given themselves a better chance. So that's like probably the key to how Retro was allowed to win that. But on the other hand, you have to commend Disrupt for covering Retro and allowing him to get that plant in the first place. Because as you talked about, Parker, there was barely any time left in that round. And you saw the way that Disrupt played that is they just threw their bodies at Oxygen. They're just like, we're just going to go for it. We're going to try and prevent you from stopping our planter and just trust that he's going to win it out. And Retro did.
Retro was playing around the banister after he got the bomb or the diffuser down right by the bomb, and I do have to wonder if Oxygen knew exactly where Retro was, because they probably wouldn't have peaked at separate times if they had more confidence and more awareness of his positioning. But if you look at the rest of that round, because obviously we can focus on the very final seconds, it's what's going to be most vivid in everybody's minds, but you have to go out and you have to see how well Disrupt was able to deal with 3 ADSs on the board and all of the magnets that were tossed out by Wamai. Every team is, they're knee deep in this meta right now, which is you have a ton of operators that are great at either just simply wasting your utility or eating your utility up. In this case, you have what we call a utility soak meta. I would consider Jaeger and Wamai to be a part of that. They burn your flashbangs, they burn your stuns, they burn your grenades, and you can see how fruitlessly DG was just hurling everything into Piano to try and clear out Piano, and then to try to clear out Bathroom, and to try to clear out White Hallway. And it was obviously challenging for them because they had to go after the freezer wall. They couldn't get it open the way they wanted, whether it was just that the Hibana was looking elsewhere or they just wanted to open up lines of sight. I'm not entirely certain, but you could really tell that there was some great hesitation from Disrupt to get Hibana's X-Kairos on that wall to be able to push on in. And instead they turned their focus elsewhere. They went through the cocktail door, and really it was because there was only 5 to 10 seconds left at that point. Why? Because of all the time that was burned from the gadgetry that was brought from Oxygen's lineup.
As you guys could see, both of these teams using their time in between these rounds to try and figure out what they could have done better and figure out what they're going to do in future rounds. So we're just waiting to be sure everything's set up right before we start getting into the action. We should be able to get it back underway shortly. Through all of these rounds, the thing that I've noticed the most when it comes to Oxygen is their setups are pretty elaborate. They've got a lot of thought being placed into their angle control on defense. And it's definitely something that you can almost see it happen when Disrupt is going through the round and they're trying to compute, okay, how are they setting it up? What are they trying to control? Where is the sweet spot for us to attack? And we've seen, in my opinion, Disrupt find that sweet spot once, really, truly. The second time, that default plan, I think that was reliant on a basic execution from Disrupt and Retro clutching it up in the later part of the round. But that attack onto mining really identified the flaw in the setup from Oxygen, and it almost countered it perfectly. Again, with that hallway control, it would have been a perfect counter, but they didn't have that, just barely. But overall, I'd say that the ability for DG to read their opponents, no pun intended, has been pretty impressive through this match, and that's despite the complexity of the setups we're seeing from Oxygen, so you got to be impressed by that.
And Oxygen's going to be growing into a new meta and possibly even changing up their map pool, as teams like to refresh their map pool between seasons and between events. You know, if you look at this Oxygen squad, when they were Reciprocity back in Pro League Season 11, you know, they played 14 games. They played here on Cafe 3 times, including the 2 final playdays, Playday 13 and Playday 14. This was the map that the old Reciprocity squad, now Oxygen, wanted to play on, and both of them were losses. You know, it was a 1-7 loss to Tempo Storm on the very final playday, and then a 5-7 loss to Dark Zero the playday before that. So if you really want to dive into counter-stratting them, you have very recent footage. This was only 2 months ago that we're, 2 to 3 months ago tops that we're talking about here. And Hopes and Redeemer are both, very capable coaches, but you can't completely reinvent the wheel on this map so quickly. And it's obvious that Disrupt has, to a certain extent, done their homework. Even though the meta has shifted ever so slightly, I really have to commend the way that Disrupt is playing, especially on attack on Cafe. You know that attacking it is significantly more challenging. It's a lot harder to have everything go according to plan on an attacking setup. And right now, Disrupt haven't really stumbled that much. It doesn't look like, as you pointed out, that they're having issues with the setup. It honestly just looks like they're having issues with the meta, like every other team did during the Mute Mozzie meta. Now they're having issues with the Jaeger Wamai meta. Why? Because it's incredibly challenging to cut through it. That's the whole purpose.
So many layers, right? And with the Thatcher ban, it's compounded. They really can't get away from it. And I think that's part of why both of these teams are kind of prioritizing their angle play, and it's definitely why we're seeing Oxygen prioritize patience every round so far. Win or lose, Oxygen has been really patient on their defense. They have just been extremely slow, almost no wasted movement whatsoever. They are just rooting themselves somewhere and playing that position. We've seen maybe one risky play so far through this round, or through this match, from Oxygen, and that would be Foxay's position underneath the skylight when defending top floor. Other than that, it's been pretty much just, let's wait. And it has actually worked fairly well against Disrupt. We'll be honest. It has wasted a lot of time. However, the explosiveness of Disrupt, and again, as I mentioned earlier, their ability to read the setups is what is allowing them to take many of these rounds, because if you see the setup and you don't get worried about it, you don't get stressed out by the clock, you just calculate, okay, here we go, this is the problem, these are the solutions, let's present those solutions going into this round, then you can do it even with limited time on the clock. So I'd say that Disrupt are doing a really good job of just that. They're not losing their cool despite how much pressure is being applied by Oxygen by just waiting.
Yeah, so we're just awaiting the admin call before we go back into live action, and we might actually have an admin call here to give to you in just a second, so bear with us. We do appreciate the patience very much. One thing I will say through the 3 rounds, Michael, is that Ashe ban, which was very likely targeted at Nyx, not just because of what Ashe brings to the table and being able to dump out 3 flashbangs and then have her 2, grenade launchers or explosive launchers, whatever people want to call it, the breaching charges. It also was deliberately done to try and get under the skin of Nyx, and we've seen teams ban Ashe against Nyx before, but he's actually done a pretty commendable job on Buck, if I'm being honest with you. He's, his gadget play with the skeleton key has been great, and Buck is obviously a very versatile operator, especially on Cafe. When you're looking at taking that 3rd and 2nd floor on most bomb sites, Buck is a very solid pick here. A lot of teams might go with Sledge because of the frag grenades, but there's Yana if you want frag grenades, there's Maverick if you want frag grenades. So Nyx, not only in terms of objective play, has been good, he's been trying to give pressure on the defenders to help his teammates. He's been opening up line of sights to be able to aid should a plant go down, but he's also been putting up points on the scoreboard. And frankly, I think the biggest knock against Nyx as a player is that he gets impatient and he rushes in and he's the opening death in too many rounds. You go all the way back to Tokonami and I feel like it was almost every other round Nyx was dying way too early. Well, that's not the case anymore. He's actually been playing quite smart, and with the way that he's been playing as Buck, he's quarterbacking this defense. He's getting droned in by Reed. We saw some droning from NJR, and it's really allowed Nyx, I think, to just exist in this not entry frag capacity, but that floater role that you see on second or backup entry, where he's able to give calls and then put his gadget to good work or good use. And honestly, the work that I've seen from Nyx has been much improved. So whether it's just the way that Disrupt plays around it, Michael, or Nyx himself improving, I'm not entirely sure, but it's a small sample size. So far, I think this is one of the better performances we've seen out of Nyx in quite a while.
Sometimes you just find yourself more comfortable on a team. Sometimes it's not all about you as a player, but how you fit into your squad. And in the case of Nyx, it could be that he's fitting in much better with this squad. I think that's very likely. And speaking of, if we take a look, if we zoom in on Disrupt as a whole, I would say that they're living up to expectations so far. Now, we've only got 3 rounds to call on here. But there were a lot of question marks going into this, as they're a new addition to this level of competition, and many people were wondering, what are they really bringing to the table? So far, I think they're doing pretty well. We're not to the point where we can say that they're super solid and everything's fine, but luckily, today is a best of 3. So in all likelihood, we're going to actually get that determination at the end of this match, and I, for one, am happy with what I'm seeing so far. I'm content that Disrupt are putting up good performances in these rounds, and I'm excited to see what's actually going to be happening in the rest of these maps in this series. Now, we're just, again, as Parker mentioned, waiting on some calls to be finalized. There was a little bit of a hiccup apparently with skins, so we're just waiting to see exactly what's happening, what the admin's going to be calling for that last round, so we can have everything finalized, secured, and ready to start back into the match.
Yeah, if you haven't exactly seen the new rules for the North American League, the situation involving operator skins has actually changed quite dramatically. Whereas before there were certain uniforms that were blacklisted, now we have a uniform whitelist, which is actually quite small. So almost every uniform in-game is prohibited in competitive play. There's a variety of reasons for this, and obviously players were very happy to see this. It was work done, I'm assuming, with jointly between Ubisoft and Faceit, and credit where credit is due. They've limited it to a very small sample size of uniforms, which I'm not going to read aloud because I don't have them in front of me and I don't want to misspeak. But there was an issue with somebody running a supposed prohibited skin in-game, and it's being sorted out by the admins right now. But if we can step off of that for just 1 second, I do like that you mentioned that this was a best of 3, Michael, because we've only seen 2 best of 3s in the US division so far. This is the 3rd one, and a lot of people who are used to seeing, North American teams compete in a best of 1 might not be aware of how crucial a map pool is for any team in a best of 3, and of course in a best of 5 as well. Disrupt as a new team likely has quite a small map pool. It's one of the hardest things to work on as you're scrimming and trying to find your fundamentals as a team, but also flesh out strategies on different maps. It's why newer teams tend to be really comfortable on a very small number, maybe 2 to 3 maps, and then a hope that they don't have to play an unfavorable map after that. Right now, what we're seeing on Cafe is a Disrupt squad that looks like they are a lot more comfortable with this map than a team that's only been around for a couple months. That could just be that Cafe is their only really strong map, and that when we go to Consulate and if we need Villa, that Disrupt could end up showing that they have a major Achilles heel with their map pool. So this is something to keep in mind of as well, and I'm sure something that's gone through the heads of Oxygen when they went into the map veto system.
Yeah, you got to imagine that this is going to be a particular, counter v counter in terms of the maps. And we did see, I believe this is actually the pick from Disrupt. Yeah, it is. So it stands to reason that they're going to be playing pretty well on this. But when we move on past this map, there's definitely a lot more question marks that are going to be raised. And if this is Disrupt's pick, and let's say they have a slightly more limited map pool, we don't know necessarily, but let's just say that that's the case.
I think it's fair to say that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment as well. But we'll see. Disrupt will prove us wrong. If they do, then that'll be that. But let's say that that is the case, and Disrupt lose on Cafe. If they lose on Cafe, Oxygen gets to go to the map they most want to go to, their pick, and then that's going to be a 2-0. In my mind, it's likely that we'll just see it a clean sweep all the way through, because Oxygen will get to go where they're most comfortable. But the one thing that I will say is, while Disrupt have proven themselves comfortable on this map, they seem to have some pretty advanced strategies. They've got some good execution, and I'm liking their attacks. At the same time, I've been liking the defensive setups from Oxygen as well. It doesn't look as well practiced as I think they would like. It seems like they've dry runned a few of these setups, and they've gotten comfortable with them in doing them in practice, but not in actual, play. So maybe just a little bit more practice required, but overall, at the same time, Oxygen are still looking pretty comfortable on Cafe, and I do fully expect this to be a close match still. So it's likely we'll have this go pretty close to the end, the overtime maybe. We might even go that far, but again, it's hard to base that off of 3 rounds. That's not a lot to really go on. It's entirely possible that suddenly after we come back from this break, especially considering how long it's been, Disrupt will just fall asleep, and suddenly Oxygen will start waking up, and we get a clean sweep, and then that's that. We really won't know until we actually get the action underway, which, by the way, we are working towards as quickly as we can.
Yeah, and we'll have any updates for you as they come along, but for the meantime, we've gone through 3 rounds here on Cafe, map number 1, in our very first match of the day. Of course, later on, we have both Blue and Stokes bringing you Dark Zero versus the Sonics. And announced earlier today, the Sonics would be bringing in 2 new members, or subs rather, as Gomfy and Sleben are currently unable to play. So you'll see them make their debut later on when their rosters are brought up in our second match. But right now, I think that there's a lot of question marks that we have about this match, and we need to see more of it played out before we're ready to really give a good synopsis on who has the upper hand.
That's it for us, though. For a short while, we are going to throw to a break. Still some things we need to get sorted. See you in a bit.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Hello, sorry about that. Now we're live. Apologies. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and thank you for your enduring patience. We had an issue in-game with one of the prohibited operator skins, and that because of this, the admins had to make a determination based on the rulebook that they have, and we are rolling the game back to the start of round number 2. So it will be 1-0 in favor of Oxygen. The 2 rounds that were just won by Disrupt have been nullified due to one of the players on Disrupt's side running a skin that is not allowed in competitive play. So those 2 victories for DG sadly erased. They still will be looking, I suppose, for their very first round victory in the US division, as they are a brand new team.
That is kind of a funny story to tell, though. It's like, oh yeah, we got our first 2 rounds, and then they weren't our first 2 rounds anymore. As it turns out, they are nothing. They don't exist. So yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. I suppose in a manner of speaking, this was bound to happen at some point, as this is a rather new ruling that everybody agreed on, which was, yeah, there aren't many skins that you can actually bring into competitive anymore. The list is limited to the Pro League skins and the Pilot Program skins, which are all pretty easy to spot, so everyone was like, okay, yeah, that's fine, that's comfortable. And I think everyone was happy about that, but it seems... well, I mean, it doesn't seem. It's obvious now that apparently somebody on Disrupt forgot about that. So here we are. They lose out on those 2 rounds, and we're going to pick up with Oxygen up 1. That is, of course, that's big for Oxygen, but again, that's on Disrupt for bringing skins that were prohibited.
It shouldn't surprise anybody there was bound to be hiccups, given the fact that there used to be free reign on what skins players could run in-game. We talked about this before we went to a break, that there used to be a blacklist when it comes to skins. Now there's just a whitelist. So there's only a few skins that are available rather than just banning a couple. Everything is banned with the exception of a very small number. So some players might have forgotten, as was very clear with Disrupt. So hopefully they've been able to fix that issue and taken all of the time during the break in order to set up their operators to follow the guidelines. Anyway, Michael, it's going to be a fireplace and mining room defense for round number 2. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but they went to cocktail third, so they went here the second time. I think it's the same operator lineup. I think they have to run, like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they have to run the exact same lineup.
Well, I would assume that is the case, Parker, but I am not 100% sure. That makes the most sense to me as well. Yes, okay, it's just been confirmed that, yes, they must run at the same site, the same operator lineups. So we are going to see those rounds that we saw already just replayed, and this time with everybody using the correct skins. So, or one would hope. As you said, there was some time for everybody to get those skins sorted out, so we don't have that mistake anymore. Anyway, we've got the setup done. We've got everybody started. This was the round where Laxing picked up his quad kill, and, well, I guess we'll see if he's able to do that again, although you can't really rely on that if you're Oxygen.
Well, the one thing that I really liked the last time around when attacking up here was the fact that, well, I mean, okay, there's a couple things I like. So let me start over for just a second. Number 1, this north rappel I really liked because you put Zofia of Shuttle in a position, open up the wall, which has now looks like it's been double reinforced. The same spot that we saw Shuttle open up, we see Oxygen has changed ever so slightly, and now they're going to open up a tiny bit of it and be able to blow open the castle barricade. So just a couple small changes. Obviously, the teams are not going to run the same strategies just because they have to redo the round. That's quite silly. There go both the explosives from Zofia all the way deep into Train, clearing a line of sight where if you're playing on that north rappel, you have so much strength now. You have a clear line of sight into the back of Train. That's a solid 30 meters or so, or however long it is in game, to just be able to exert power over whoever from the defense tries to stop you. Additionally, with this balcony play, you've now got a crossfire established that's going to work really well. And frankly, if we can see Disrupt take control upstairs, they're going to be in an excellent position to paralyze the defenders and prevent them from being able to do anything if Oxygen needs to go for a retake.
A pulse sensor would be really useful here, and Laxing's actually going to call that out. Foxay now aware there's somebody in the white garage, as Laxing almost gets stunned. It's going to be NJR trying to creep his way up. White trying to do some damage on a flank, but this is not going to be an easy approach. Disrupt don't seem as confident in their setup this time, or not compared to how they did in the last attempt, but it's actually a plant right now. Slash goes in for the knife, but it's actually Bio to get the kill, and that's 2 members from Disrupt gone, but Reed's there to get his own 2 kills, and it's a constant back and forth as Nyx and Shuttle are the last 2 alive on the attacking side versus Foxay and Laxing with the UMPs. Proximity alarm giving away Nyx's position. Still plenty of time for the attack to make this plant happen. It's really on the players of Oxygen to deny this plant. C4 expended, so Foxay won't be able to deny from below. He's got to challenge the hold, and there it is. Shuttle looking the wrong way, but oh, great reaction from Nyx. And now a 1v1, but Laxing in a great position, and he wins it out. A nice shot there from Laxing. Oxygen win the round that they couldn't last time, and they'll put it to 2-0.
Excellent play there, and obviously that's going to inspire a lot of confidence in Oxygen, as they had dropped rounds 2 and 3 prior to the rehost, and now obviously picking up a different pace this time. So they could really understand where Disrupt was coming from. They knew that there was going to be presence on the North Rappel. They knew that there was going to be some push, or a push that was going to happen from over towards red. So what do? If you're Oxygen, well, halfway through the round, we see both the Pulse and the Castle rotate. I had mentioned that if Disrupt was able to take control of the 3rd floor, that could make the defense very uncomfortable in the bomb site, because they wouldn't be able to maneuver the way that they want to. They couldn't move freely when somebody from above was watching intently for you to appear and then gun you down. So what does Oxygen do? Well, instead of holding above, they just go below. And they realize that there's nobody from Disrupt who's monitoring those stairs. I think NJR was the only one who was near one of the stairwells, and it didn't really work out all that well for him. As in the ensuing fray, he was one of the first to go down. And I think Oxygen played that, exceptionally well. They knew how Disrupt was going to go about pulling off the attack. Disrupt really didn't change that much up, given the fact that Oxygen tinkered a little bit with their setup. And you essentially find that a team that the last time they were on that bomb site, Disrupt won a bunch of 50-50s. That ended up giving them a massive advantage. It was Oxygen this time literally just coming out ahead in 2 particular gunfights. And at the tail end of the round, you're vulnerable, you're trying to plant, it comes down close for Disrupt, but ultimately, there are a few people who can beat Laxing in a 1v1. There was no luck for Disrupt on their side in that round. So we'll go upstairs to Cocktail now, Michael, and see how much Disrupt is going to change, and rather how much Oxygen is going to change here.
Laxing continuing to bring that Castle. Such a hero play there. Castle's not an easy operator to make work, and well, if your team needs it, it's Laxing who's going to step in and provide it. Did some pretty great things on that Castle in the previous round. As we saw, he won that 1v1, as you mentioned, Parker. And he also managed to get that quad in the round that doesn't exist anymore. Vertical, a long angle play onto Reed, and, well, Capitao is the player, or the operator, I should say, that is supposed to get your player out of Pixel, in this case Vertical, but since Vertical's killed the Capitao, now he can just stay there. If he's aware that was Capitao he dispatched, he probably will stay in that corner for a pretty long time. You can see Nyx is trying to apply some pressure from behind on the White Hall rappel, but really all he can do here is cut off rotation, and he's got to worry about the run out that could come from the White Garage at any moment.
The big change here that I see from Disrupt, that even though they won this bomb site, is that they're going to opt to go for a different set of hard breachers. Last time on Cocktail, we saw both a Maverick and a Hibana. This time, it's just in the hands of Retro as Thermite. And things are going to go from bad to worse for Disrupt now. As you're halfway through the round, you just also lost another member of your team, as you see the run out down towards Bakery. Another for Vertical. He takes out NJR, leaving Retro and Shuttle in a 2v5. And right now, Disrupt is just getting eaten alive. Shuttle is essentially trapped inside of Cigar. He's castled off on one side with a smoke canister in front of him. This is tough to do. He's not too far away from Retro, who's underneath the new hatch that was opened up just by Red. But both members of Disrupt don't have anywhere to go. They're going to have to plunge through some barbed wire and go for the same default plant that we saw Retro go for previously. The only difference is that every single member of Oxygen is still alive, Michael. Well, and it's going to keep going bad for them. Retro, maybe another clutch, same spot. He doesn't see the Maestro. He takes out one member of OXG, goes for a second, and manages to get it on a biologic. Heating up, and Well, unless you're going to throw your body at him, this should be really easy with only 1 HP left on Retro for Oxygen to just wait. Because you know with 20 seconds left on the clock, the diffuser is in his hands. He's going to need to get that objective play off because the likelihood of him killing the 3 remaining members of Oxygen is slim to none. And the likelihood of him getting the diffuser down as well hits 0 as I'm talking. Laxing cleans up just as he did in the previous round. He gets the final kill both times, and it's 3-0 for Oxygen.
Well, there it is, as we have a strong advantage for Oxygen when prior it was an advantage in the other direction. But that is what it is. I mean, yeah, what are you going to do about that? The rules are the rules. Now we go to reading for the next bomb site as we go into new territory. This is where things are no longer locked in place, where you don't have to bring a particular thing. I just realized Retro was on Thermite that round. Maybe it wasn't that case for... Because I believe he was playing Maverick in the last time he was in that situation. But maybe it wasn't the case for that round in particular, or what have you. But I think we're just going to continue on. 3-0. Disrupt in a bad spot here. Mira being brought on a middle floor defense. And we'll see how this setup goes. We don't see Mira very often. She is not being banned as much as she was in the past. But we'll figure out exactly how the windows are going to get used. That's going to change a lot about this setup. It seems like they're going to open up the majority of the A walls, get some kill holes so that they can deny the push in through the fireplace, and just kind of control that with the mirror window. If you put one inside of reading facing towards A, you can get a lot of info. And it's actually going to be in the white hall. That's interesting. That will mean that Oxygen has to prioritize control of the white staircase, which is not an easy thing to hold.
Opening up the hatch, though, inside of a dining hall leads me to believe that we're probably going to see somebody from Oxygen play directly below. And there you go. You talked about holding white stairs and prioritizing it. Well, Splashug, the summer edition of Slashug, is also going to be playing inside of Laundry. So he's got a vantage point where he can see both black mirrors quite easily and play off of it very effectively. The issue is, as you pointed out, the moment that Oxygen loses control of those white stairs, much of that defense is going to crumple. Unless you find that the Mira stays firmly entrenched inside of Laundry and then is able to get maybe a kill or two, but what is the exact likelihood of that? We don't really know at this point. What we do know is that 4 rounds through Cafe Dostoevsky and Oxygen managing to take advantage of the fact that there was a bit of negligence on the part of Disrupt skin prioritization, and Oxygen now is also up 3-0, and they're looking to play every single bomb site and win on every single bomb site, which they can do if they manage to prevail here in round 4.
There is one thing that I want to stress. In the past, in a best-of-1 system, this would have been completely crippling. But this is a best-of-3. There's still another opportunity on another map, and we're not even done with this map. So it's not like Disruptor out of this yet. And speaking of, Nyx is going to get a nice entry onto Fox A. He'll be refragged by Bio, playing on the white staircase. But there's Splashug coming in with an explosive splash of sorts as Shuttle goes down. Disrupt 1 man down after that initial engagement by the white staircase, but at least they get some control. You can see the prioritization of the east balcony control here for Disrupt as they look to want to go for a reading plant. And that's a pretty standard attack strategy, a pretty standard plant position. They might not be ready to deal with these mirror windows, or the mirror window inside of Laundry, though. That's going to be difficult for them to handle.
I couldn't exactly see, but it actually sounded like it was Oxygen that opened up the mirror window, and rather than having NJR do it on that rappel on white stairs. So now we're going to see the Pulse go back into action, and Laxing will be able to give calls for his team, which essentially will give 3 members of OXG upright and in the gunfights. And, well, I was going to say 3 for Disrupt, but they lose Retro. Poor Retro. Instead, Vertical up top, putting in good work. He'll tussle with Reed, who's now on 25 HP. This is tough going again for Disrupt, as we see the Capitao realize it's time to go. Hand spotted to the Maestro, and it's a push-up from the Jackal. NJR, a big kill, and now he's got control of Laundry with a mirror window there at his advantage, too. The Capitao just by his side. This could be major trouble for Splash. And there he goes, Laxing on the fight. He takes one out, and it looks like he'll get the second as well. Huge plays from Laxing through 3 rounds, Michael. He has been so deadly with the UMP, and we all know if you watch any form of professional Rainbow Six, You know what the pros say about the UMP. It's a perfect 4-site rotation, not 3-site rotation, 4-site rotation for Oxygen. They're up 4-0.
Looking pretty solid for Oxygen as we came back to this action. Great job to Laxing, like you mentioned, Parker. Really, he was a big part of that play. His ability to be proficient with that weapon is pretty impressive. Another thing to keep in mind, though, is Disrupt's inability to maintain control over the top floor. They cleared it out. They got control. They lost control. Vertical coming up red stairs, I would assume. And getting that flank really did finish off the round. It lasted a little bit longer than that, but as soon as Vertical was allowed to deny the Maverick opening the wall into reading, the round was effectively over. There was very little chance, and NJR put up a fight. He tried his best to get things going for his team. Unfortunately, that didn't work out so great for him as he had too many opponents to contend with. Now, while it is certainly looking solid for Oxygen, it's worth noting that with the operator bans we have and with the map we're playing on, this is a very defender-sided situation. No Thatcher, no Ashe. In this meta, that's quite substantially defensive-sided. And on the other side, you've got Cade and Valkyrie being eliminated, which is just one of the good options for information ops, and then one of the good options for denial operators. So, and honestly, denial hasn't really played a part in this. As you guys have been paying close attention to the setup from Oxygen, they're opening up most of these angles. So that's not that big of a deal. On the attack side, though, lots of big deal bans. And again, the map is going to make it worse.
Given a good insight into the way that Freezer is going to be played by Oxygen. I know that it was actually almost an hour ago, Michael, that we saw round number 1 on this map, where it was a kitchen and bakery defense from Oxygen, and they're going to go back here. You could see that the way that they played it last time is very similar to the way they're playing it this time. Open a small portion of the floor of the freezer so that you know that if DG is going to hot drop through it, you can possibly get back in and shoot through it, which is where Biologic is going to sit and watch. Last time, DG smoked it off and dropped through the hatch into the freezer, and Bio knew that and called it out, while the rest of Oxygen could assemble around the freezer door and just cut off any exit or escape that DG had. DG in turn has made a change themselves. Obviously, they like this Jackal combo, and working in tandem with the Capital will allow them to have 4 smokes on attack. That's huge. But Nyx has subbed off of the Buck and is instead going to run with the Sledge. And basically, he'll be the same. He'll basically be to the same effect that we saw from the Buck, maybe a little bit slower. But the one thing that Sledge has now over Buck is frag grenades, and that's absolutely massive here. You know, there's no Yana that's going to be on the board. There's no Maverick that's going to be on the board. So you need somebody with frags. Sledge is the pick here for Nyx.
Something really big to keep in mind is the last time this was a kitchen defense, Oxygen had basically no anchors. In this case, they will have Slash. A little bit of a deviation. Nyx should be able to get an angle onto Slash, actually, so he could potentially be exposed. You can see Nyx trying to get that fight right now, but he'll lose it! Amazing! An SMG-11 through a very tight angle inside of the B bomb site. It goes through the wall and the floorboards, and Sledge loses that with an ACOG. I am very impressed by Slash's gunplay there.
And that's a big loss. And if Nyx is not able to really pick it up, you know, we gave him commendation earlier on. If he's not able to pick it up, that's going to be a massive detriment to his team, especially with that upstairs control now being solely on the shoulders of Shuttle. And he's done a pretty good job of trying to find the members of OXG. They're going to drop, though, and that's a bit of a misread from Reed as he manages to get Slash, but 2 kills inside a freezer. Reed's in trouble. Shuttle will now need to maneuver over to help his teammate, but he doesn't have a ton of time, and he'll meet some barbed wire, likely make some noise. Shuttle will find himself in a heads-up gunfight, and it's going to get even tougher for him now as the diffuser is surrendered, and the Zofia is going nowhere. Caught in the razor wire. That's 5 in a row for Oxygen on Disrupt's map. They look unstoppable so far.
Yeah. Oxygen really stepping it up here and locking out these rounds. A couple of key moments there where it just slipped away from DG. You mentioned it as it was happening, Parker. Reed's Capital crossbow was still out when he got peeked in freezer, and he was unable to directly confront the person peeking the drop. Did not communicate that was happening to his teammates, and thus lost his Habana as a result. That's not good. That was really awkward to watch, and I'm sure it must have been really awkward for DG. It's also the sort of thing that is going to kind of seed itself in your mind. It's like, this is what we're doing. This is what's happening. A staring contest. It will hinder play further into this match. And right now, with a 5-0 for Oxygen, it's already looking bad for Disrupt. That just makes things worse. Now, the one shining light of this situation for Disrupt is that this is the last defensive round for Oxygen. That is the best that Disrupt can hope for, that their second half will be better. But keep in mind, if this is an Oxygen round and we go to 6-0, switching into the second half, the odds of Disrupt running that back and giving us the same result, a 6-0 of their own to get to OT, are very low. Disrupt needs to salvage one round in order to take this map, in my opinion.
And the funniest part about this, if you're not rooting for either of these teams, if you're a Disrupt fan, it's going to be the saddest part about this. If you're an Oxygen fan, it's going to be the best part about this. Was Disrupt had confidence. They had confidence after those 2 rounds. They had momentum on their side. They were hitting shots. They were winning their gunfights. And there was obviously a difference in their play. One of the things that's really going to work against DG being a relatively new roster is that when things start to go bad, it can be really challenging to pull yourself back from the brink. If you're on the edge and you're about to fall off, you really need to have a lot of hardened vets or strong leadership. And we don't know if DG is there yet. And that's a question that's going to need to be answered, because right now, DG is in freefall. Yes, it is Cafe. Yes, it is defense, but it's Disrupt's map. And furthermore, it's not a map that Oxygen historically is really all that good on. That's where the problem comes in from Disrupt, and they're going to need to fix this really soon, because they've lost their grip on this match, at least on this map right now. And as you pointed out, if they can't find it and put a dent in here, they put a consulate down a map, it might be a 2-0 for OXG.
Again, the patience really shining through here for Oxygen. They just continue to wait this out. The Jackal is doing its best. NJR trying to track as many footprints to get these kills, but it's just not happening. What an angle there from the smoke inside of back bar storage. That's Slash Hug, I believe. Yep, trying to hold it on to White Stairs. Ooh, looks away at the wrong time, but Vertical's there to pick up the slack and win that fight against the Jackal. So your entry player, NJR, gone. No real clear plan for a top stairs attack here from Disrupt, but they will get laxing. That's the pulse. So no C4 from below. Big kill there. Foxay could flank, though, as he's coming up the main lobby stairs, and it doesn't seem like DG are paying attention to that. It's all going to come down to the timing here from Foxay. Clearly, the attack is an east balcony one, as that setup is actually working out well now for Disrupt. As we hit the last minute, they will be up 1 man.
And they've got that numbers advantage that they can continue to push through. Yes, they lost NJR. Yes, they lost 1 set of smokes, but you've still got Reed on the board with full utility. If the Capitao dies without getting any of those fire bolts or smoke bolts off, then that's a massive loss for Disrupt. They don't exactly have the time on their side, and they're going to have to hurry. Foxay, primed for a run out, just missing an opportunity, but he catches one, almost a second. Lots of damage done before it's shut down by Shuttle, who picks up his second kill. Now you've got Slash and Bio just simply waiting. A smoke will go out as you know that there's trouble brewing for Slash. He'll have to box his way out of that freezer. In swings the Zofia, making a lot of noise. Nyx goes down to Biologic, shrugging off some damage as the Zofia, taking fire damage, though, from the Capitao. And now it's going to be a 2v1. Make that a 1v1. SMG in hand, close range, but no, he won't get it. Shuttle, the hero of that round. He has a massive performance. Was that 3 kills for him? Finally, Disrupt will take their first round in the US division. Welcome to the show, lads. And we'll switch sides with Oxygen still in control, 5-1.
Big win there from Shuttle. He really wins it when it matters. And, well, it certainly did matter. As I mentioned in the lead into the end of that round, that was essential for Disrupt's chances in this map. They will have a slight chance, I would say, going into the second half now as they transition onto defense. Now, that last round was an east balcony attack, and you don't see those very often. They are kind of, I wouldn't call them a pocket strat necessarily. They're more, everything has to align perfectly, and things were lining up for Disrupt for the majority of that round, actually. A lot of the things they were trying to get done got done. The pulse down below was cleared out. They even got another kill in the process. Of course, they lost their Jackal, as was mentioned, but everything was looking pretty solid for Disrupt. When it got really complicated is when their actual site push fell flat. Their smoke placement, their firebolt placement, not ideal. The Smoke himself, Slashug, able to do a lot of disruptive damage with his gas canisters and slow down that push. Most importantly, however, was they weren't watching for the run out from Foxay. They didn't have a Claymore, they didn't have an air jab, they didn't have anything. They weren't bringing the right tools for that job. So while it was a win for Disrupt, it was a darn close one at that. And it could have been a win for Oxygen quite easily. All it would have needed to change for that to be the case is just 1v1. Again, you know, Shuttle wins those, so props to him for bringing it home.
I don't know if Slash was aware of how close Shuttle was, because he probably would have had the shotgun out, and you know the shotgun at that range is pretty good for a one shot to the chest and you're done for. So sometimes 50-50s break your way and sometimes they don't. And honestly, we can talk about strategy and meta until we're blue in the face, but if a team's losing their gunfights every single time, Michael, it really doesn't matter how much utility you bring to the battlefield. And on that round in particular, Disrupt has had some pretty poor luck with winning their gunfights. A lot of times it's just straight action on action, and they have come out on the losing end of it. Not that round. That round in particular, there was a couple missteps and some misfortune that went Oxygen's way. You can't win them all. And in that round, Oxygen didn't. But now we look towards Bar Cocktail. This was a bomb site that was really heavy in rotation for a long period of time when this new cafe came out. But what we've seen over the last 3, 4, 5 months, and what we saw through the 6 Invitational, was that teams didn't want to necessarily go to Bar Cocktail right away. They were going downstairs to Kitchen, and they were playing on that second floor, leaving the third floor off limits as a bit of a buffer. Oh, and my goodness, what a play by Retro. He gets traded out immediately from Foxay, but the opening pick still goes in favor of Disrupt. And with a minute and a half left, you love to be able to take out the Capital. That's so much utility that's just gone now from the attackers.
Yeah, and Retro did die in that position, but he was bound for death no matter what. It looked like he was just going to have to take one for the team. He went for the fight, and he won that fight. Really impressive stuff. The one thing is that he didn't destroy the mirror window before he was pushed off that position, which means now the attack will have it. Interesting angle there from Vertical as he tries to control the new balcony, or one of them. Nyx will get a long angle onto him, though, as he attempts to push the default plant. He should have waited for the smokes to go down. And here comes that push onto default from Slash, going for a plant. There should be denial, but there's good coverage from Oxygen. Ree goes for Vault, but misses the shots and is killed by Laxing. Post plant now, and NJR has to find 3. One of them on the roof. This is definitely not going to happen. Slash with the final kill after the plant, and Oxygen will take their very first attack round.
Hey, feel like Laxing has been the story of this match so far, Michael. Honestly, every single round, this is just Laxing's playstyle to a T. He appears out of nowhere and he saves the round more often than not. And the problem is that Oxygen likes to play around it so much that if Laxing gets shut down in a match, which doesn't happen all that often, but if it does happen, it exposes a pretty big weakness that OXG has, which is that unpredictability and that aggressiveness on retakes and on just wacky pushes, because that's what I would call it. Laxing is always in the wrong place, but at the right time, and it makes a huge difference in some of these rounds. As Gridlock, he was able to isolate certain defenders, force them to commit to different avenues, and then he went in an entirely different direction and held the cross as the defuse went down in a pretty common spot. And Reed knew where it was going. Reed knew that Slash was getting the diffuser down right by the bomb. So he pushed up as best as he could, while the rest of his teammates engaged in their 1v1s and lost because of Oxygen having the bar surrounded all the way over to New Balk, and then also placed inside of Piano/Cigar. And Oxygen really had a stranglehold on that bomb site, and I don't really think there was a single line of sight where Disrupt could have pressured OXG and come out on top. That goes to show you that while this is a defender-sided map and Oxygen obviously proved that they were the better team through the 6 rounds that OXG was on defense, they've also got things figured out from an attacking perspective. And while we're on match point, this could be a very fast 7-1 for Oxygen. They've proven that their failures to win on Cafe through the last season of Pro League and through live events appear to be in the past, at least today.
One thing I want to make note of here is that Oxygen are bringing a gridlock. They're prioritizing their flank watch, which is something that Disrupt didn't do on attack. And while it hasn't actually been that relevant in these rounds just yet, I think its existence is really telling of Oxygen's control plan. And I like to see that. I like that they're aware they need to worry about their flanks. And I think it's going to be harder for... Well, not think. It is going to be harder for Disrupt to go for those flanks if they ever want to, if they ever have an opportunity to. That said, the, bullet points, like the starting checklist of an attack, need to be, or rather a defense, need to be dealt with first. And Disrupt are going to go to a different bomb site at the very least. I think that's a good move. They didn't win that top floor, as we all saw, and they could have gone back to that top floor, but they're not going to just hit their heads against the wall. They're going to try something new. They're going to try and figure out where their best site is. Nyx will get the lead-off kill. Down goes Fox A. That's over by the main lobby on a roam. That's a big kill for the defense. It'll definitely set the pace, but Nyx did lose a lot of HP in that fight, so it's not necessarily an outright win.
You can't trade Nyx off the same way that you did before, and that's a benefit to Disrupt that wasn't present in the previous round. But hey, if you're DG, through 2 rounds, you were able to get those open picks. That's huge. Fox A was entering on his own. Laxing entering on his own. The rest of the team is mostly together. Given the caliber of players that we see out of Laxing and Fox A, they are able to play off of themselves. And as you can see, OXG is ready to go for an execute over towards dining, but then they immediately change it up and turn towards reading. The question is, where is Laxing? He can't be spotted at all. Slash wanders into his death in the middle of the bomb site. Laxing tries to follow up above, and well, he's going to have a rough go of it. First kill for Oxygen is Verticals. He'll dispatch Reed. Laxing's still playing above, perched underneath that new hatch, waiting for somebody from DG to possibly find out where he is, and that could be Retro. If Retro goes through the reading door and Laxing is still in that same position, Retro's as good as dead. And the member of Oxygen who's playing out on the balcony will be able to survive. That's Vertical. He's going to challenge Retro, and somehow Vertical wins. Great mechanical skill and great aim. Vertical immediately expects somebody to be playing either in Cocktail or Laundry, and a pre-fire will try to give their position away, but nobody takes the bait. Shuttle from above with NJR not too far by. Hatches are open, so DG can drop. Laxing pushing on up as best as he can. He's going to make a lot of noise. He catches the Wamai. Beautiful shot from Laxing. Advantage now for Oxygen, but then it's back to a 2v2. Nitro Cell goes up. Doesn't connect. Diffuser is down. Objective play successful for Oxygen. They've got the match on the line, or the map. Looking to try to go to Consulate with an advantage. Biologic takes out NJR, and it's Nyx. He got the very first kill in the round. He's going up against his old team. Can he stave off defeat here on Cafe? It's Disrupt's map. He's got very little going for him, and he's got even less now. Biologic takes away the last gasp for Disrupt. And man, what a rough showing on their map. 7-1 in favor of Oxygen. That's a drubbing. And Oxygen gonna go up 1 map to 0.
Wow. Just wow. And can I say, the person who really brought that one in, Laxing. We said his name already a few times. What a hero in that last round, controlling the top floor.
Let's not discount Vertical. They both top fragged, and I think they were where they needed to be. But yes, Laxing's playstyle, it might not always be flashy because you don't always see it, but man, he is so consistent. With that said, the teams are going to go for a break, and so are we. And then after that, the analysts will come back and break down what we just witnessed on our very first map here between Oxygen and Disrupt. Sit tight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. I'm Veli. I'm here with Jesse. We saw a crazy game just now. Oxygen, they just steamrolled through Disrupt Gaming, and we're going to show you a few highlights. But in the meantime, Jesse, what the hell happened, man?
Oh, that was kind of a sad story. Obviously, there was, we had 3 rounds go by, and it was looking pretty good for DG, you know. They ended up with the round advantage. Some close rounds, too. I mean, those were coming down to 1v2s, 1v1s, and some clutch plays happened from DG. You could really see they were getting hyped, they were getting excited, and then he had the wrong skin on, and then we had a rehost, and it was just a disaster from there. Obviously, things really fell apart for Disrupt. Oh, you gotta feel bad for him. It's, like, you can tell that's clearly just a mistake from Nyx, but that totally should have been figured out beforehand, and so that's on him. And clearly it threw the team off quite a bit.
You know, I get mistakes, but mistakes like that, it really can happen, man. But the one thing I'm going to have to give Nyx credit for is the simple fact that he never gave up. Now, you can see that the momentum, it took a hit with him and his teammates, but what do you really do after that? But throughout the rest of the round, there was a lot of stuff that it looked like they were lacking. Me personally, it looked like a lack of communication, looked like a lack of intel from drones when they were on attack. What stood out to you that they were missing big time in this matchup?
I think definitely communication was a big thing. We saw a highlight just a little while ago there of when they were dropping into the freezer, right, from Fireplace, and it was Reed and Retro, and they saw him. I mean, they saw the guy in freezer, and Reed should have been able to call it out, but Retro drops anyways. That's clearly some sort of miscommunication going on between those two players. So, like, it's just little things like that. They're like, okay, this stuff probably doesn't happen if they're in the right head state. Yeah. I also like what you said about, like, Nyx not really letting it get to him as much. I thought that, like, you know, if anybody's gonna let that that long break halt their momentum and throw them off, you'd probably think it would be Nyx. Yeah. But he actually kept it up pretty well. It was more so his teammates that just really couldn't get in the groove of things, missing communication, not taking care of roamers a lot on attack, I think was a big issue. So, yeah, I mean, it didn't go well, and there were a lot of problems for DG.
Yeah, not at all. And also, you bring up the point about them not handling roamers. There's a few things they didn't do. Shout out to Kicks, amazing casting. He pointed out that they really didn't bring any operators at all to stop any type of rotations or flanks. Now, Jesse, you and I both know, when you go against Oxygen, you have Laxi, Foxy, Vertical, some of the sneakiest players in all of Rainbow Six. Wouldn't you want to watch your back when you go against them?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think Oxygen realized that after the couple of rounds, after like the rehost, they realized like, okay, you know, Disrupt, they're not really going for our roamers too hard. They're either going at it very slowly and methodically, or they're just ignoring our roamers in general. So let's give them a little bit freer reign. Foxy was going for a lot of more aggressive plays than I think he would against you know, higher caliber teams. Yeah. And they were letting their aggressive players just get off the leash a little bit and go for stuff. And it didn't always work out 100% of the time. You know, when Foxy ran out of pillars, it didn't go perfect for him, but still, you know, it was a 1-for-1 trade in that situation. Yeah, I mean, they still got a lot out of it, and I think switching to that playstyle was really heads up from Oxygen, and maybe something that wouldn't be super easy to notice.
Right, and also, ladies and gentlemen, we had a community vote, and you guys voted and let us know what you thought when it came to the objective play. So, we're gonna pull it up on the bottom of the screen. Yeah, Oxygen, wow. 51%. This had to do with getting the plants down, and they did a fantastic job. But the one thing I will say, before the whole uniform incident happened with Nyx, Disrupt, they were on their A game. We saw them able to get these plants down with a lot of confidence, so to say. They trusted their 50-50s. They were able to win it. Do you think that if Nyx had his uniforms straightened up, that this game could have gone another way?
I certainly think it would have been more competitive. I thought if we just look at those first 3 rounds like on their own, certainly like Disrupt looked like they could take it. They were going for a lot, like they weren't decisive rounds. The rounds Disrupt were winning. Yeah. They were taking their gunfights. They were going pretty 50-50. I think we would have seen this go pretty long if, you know, they hadn't had that whole mental reset. I think we probably would have seen this stretch into like 11-12 rounds, maybe overtime. Yes. I probably would still favor Oxygen despite the fact they were down 1 rounds to 2. Yeah. Because they seemed a little bit more confident in that opening round. But no, I think that there absolutely would have been a very high and realistic chance that Disrupt could have taken the first map had they not had that reset.
I'm just saying, Jesse, after I saw Retro win out 1v2 and put the good night in the chat, I 100%, you heard me yelling. I 100% thought that they were going to take this map. There was nothing was gonna stop him, but the only thing that stopped him was their in-game leader. But ladies and gentlemen, trust me, we're getting map 2 underway very soon. But before we do, I just want to show you the stats to see who the standout players were. Jesse Laxing, 9-2. What was he doing that was just working so well? No, he had 10 kills, excuse me.
Yeah, I think that's because the lost round for the very first round would have counted.
Exactly.
Right? So Laxing was just, oh gosh, he was on fire. I don't know what they're feeding him over there at Oxygen, but he clearly had a very good game. Again, it's like one of those really tenured players, so he knows what he's doing. He's working with the team really, really well. I thought a lot of his kills did come off of like good teamwork, right? The positioning from Oxygen really did have their players set up in the right spots to enable him to get those kills, but you know, absolutely not trying to take credit away from him as a player. He hit every shot that he had to and really showed up today.
All right, and by the way, for anybody out there, when you go against players like Laxing, you bring gridlocks and you bring nomads, okay?
Please.
You got to stop the flanks and rotations. But ladies and gentlemen, map 2 is going to be here soon. But before we do, we're going to send this off to a short break before we continue with the gameplay.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second map here. We're still in the very first matchup of the day between Disrupt Gaming versus Oxygen Esports. And well, if you didn't tune into the very first match, it was Disrupt's map of Cafe going very decisively in favor of Oxygen, 7-1.
Yeah, it was very decisive indeed, Parker. There was a little bit of a hiccup at the beginning, but, you know, we got past it. We ended up with the result that we have. Now, the thing about that result is 7-1. Again, that's Disrupt's map pick, as Parker mentioned. Now we get to go to Consulate, which is Oxygen's map pick. Now that poses a pretty serious hurdle for Disrupt, as Consulate is a map, well, obviously, that Oxygen are very comfortable on.
Yeah, so we'll waste no time whatsoever, just like we did with Cafe, because we want to get to the goods, and as nice as Kix and I might be to look at, we know you're here for the action, so let's load into Consulate for our second map. Will we need Villa as our decider? We'll see how Disrupt fares, because the win conditions for Oxygen are, well, you win this map, and that's it. You move on. Echo is banned across all matches, so don't expect to see him played nor banned. With this, there's going to be greater diversity, and unsurprisingly, just as with map number 1, it's an Ashe target banned against Disrupt.
And there goes the Thatcher. So this is the same as the first map so far in terms of the bans. You could probably expect a Valkyrie here as well, as she is so powerful on Consulate. I don't think they're going to let her through, but no, it's the Vigil band by Disrupt. That's interesting. Valkyrie might actually make it through, but we'll see. We're not done yet. There's still one defensive ban to see, and Oxygen are going to get rid of, there it is, Valkyrie. Okay. Now, I was a little bit worried there for a second, Parker, because Valkyrie is an absolute menace on this map.
It's funny, though, because the Valkyrie ban on the previous map was done by Disrupt. This time, it's Oxygen who's going to take care of Valk. And I would imagine that the Vigil ban is for two reasons. Number one, just as the Ash ban from Oxygen is to clear out some of the ability to take, or rather clear out that utility that Ash brings, it's also a knock against Nyx's best operator. I would imagine that Vigil plays the same against OXG. Yes, Consulate is a very linear map, but there's still plenty of opportunity for you to roam and get hot flanks, as the kids call it. And who better to do that than Laxing? Not only that, Vigil's jammer / cloaking device works on multiple floors. So if you're droning out Visa, for example, you can't exactly tell if he's down below, on the same floor, or above you. This is going to allow Disrupt to drone much easier. And you know that it's a challenge for teams that are struggling on attack to be able to drone and coordinate around that. Consulate is a map that we have no data on from Disrupt. Like all maps, this is their very first crack at professional play as a team. But for Oxygen, they actually don't have the worst record here, and it's a decent map for them. So if you're DG, you want to try to take out as many hurdles as you can to clear that track for your players, and I think that removing Vigil is one part of that.
Interesting lack of IQ being brought as well. I don't think we saw her a whole lot in map number 1. And now
I don't think we saw her at all in map number 1.
Which is curious, considering the G8 being what it is right now. Probably the best gun in the game, I think, by most pros accounts. And then, I mean, I can understand it because of the Valkyrie ban, and maybe that's part of why Vigil's getting banned. People don't want to bring IQ. They want to bring other operators that have more utility. But whatever the case be, she just hasn't been pushed through the pipeline yet. See if that changes through this map, but with a Valkyrie and a Vigil ban, I don't know. I don't see it. It's not crazy likely. Now, Disruptor prioritizing getting this garage open. There is some denial. There's bandit tricking going on. It's Foxade trying his best to deny this getting opened up.
I wonder if Foxade's going to be able to get it or not. It seems like he might have if Retro didn't put it down. No, Retro is down 1 exothermic charge, so now Reed is going to have to go to work just to be able to cut open some of that panel. And of course, there's 3 panels here, so you line them up, and then what happens to the garage? Well, it becomes a soft wall. You basically de-reinforce, if you want to call it that. Foxade has a Nitro Cell in hand, and while it might seem like it's a challenging throw, pros are capable of lobbing the C4 through the opening that's created by the Maverick. And Foxay is well aware of this. If he can toss out a well-aimed C4, well, it can do some significant damage. But instead, the C4 will meet its maker on the electrified panel. That's a bit of a waste. Oh no. And there go 2 of the panels so that you can shoot through them. Still challenging to get into the garage, though, for DG.
That was a pretty funny to watch C4, I'm not going to lie. The way to avoid that, of course, is just to shoot your own batteries before you go for that toss, or to throw it nowhere near the electrified wall. But whatever the case be, -1 C4, that's a big chunk of denial that could have been used to stop a plant at the front of white. And it's also the front of white garage opened up. Look at this entry, though, from Shuttle and NJR. NJR will go down, so will Shuttle, but Shuttle at least gets 1 on that flank. Foxay by the garage will get Reed, who's attempting to push in through that garage. Now it's just Retro and Nyx on Disrupt. Not going to be an easy push. They've got 50 seconds, but it is a, well, 2 versus 3 suddenly. No more, though, for Nyx as he gets shut down. Foxay on a tear this round, and Retro trying to get some picks, but at this point, it's not just going to be a pick. He'll have to pick up the entire enemy team. It's going to be difficult to pull that off with so little HP. Foxay, the aggression paying off, and he'll get his quad kill. Oxygen get round number 1 quite decisively. Oh! Oh, no!
Oh, my. You called it a grudge match, did you not?
I did! Oh, boy. Oh, no! He's going! He won't stop! Parker.
For those that are unaware, both Retro and Nyx were former members of Oxygen way, way back in the day. Shuttle was a former teammate as well of Laxing. A lot of these players have actually been together before, and they all have a lot of history with one another. The only 2 that really don't are Reed and NJR, and of course, NJR doesn't really have any history because, well, this is his first professional match ever, and honestly, I think he's rising to the occasion. Has NJR been a standout performer today? Not really, but nobody on DG has, given that it was a 7-1, but he hasn't underperformed my expectations. Frankly, I didn't really have any expectations for NJR coming into this. I don't know about you. I figured he would probably hold his own, and that's what he's done so far. So he will continue to improve and acclimate. Fultz didn't have the immediate impact when he came to professional play. Ditto with Bolo. He wasn't immediately impactful. Sometimes it takes a while for players to warm up before they can really show off their skills. And I mean, NJR was a highly touted prospect. I have no doubt that he'll live up to, or at least meet the hype that a lot of players in North America have put on him.
Yeah, it's always cool to see new talents injected into the highest level of play. And I share similar opinions when it comes to NJR. I don't think he's been underwhelming, but similar to you, I didn't really have any expectations. You gotta give those guys some time. You gotta let them really stretch their legs and get comfortable. There's a point, I think, when you're injecting yourself like this. You're coming in the middle of this level of play, and there's a point where you realize, oh, they're just players too. I got this. And I think that everybody has that moment at a different time, and we'll see when NJR has it. I think so far he's been performing as well as you can expect. Now, in the overall performance, Disrupt losing that first round, that's not good. And the manner in which they did as well, a 4K from Fox, that's about as bad as it gets. They've got to be demoralized at this point. I mean, they haven't gotten around in a long time since the last round of the first half of the first map. So it's been rough. It's getting rougher. Disrupt need some light. They need some kind of success if they want to have any chance of taking this best of 3. And if they do lose this map, well, it's all over. They'll descend in the bracket.
So we go now, we're halfway through round number 2. Very quickly, we have reached the halfway point, and yes, it is a Teller's Archives defense for Oxygen. One thing that's going to allow this to be a bit more successful for the defense is this isn't always a site that the defenders are particularly comfortable on, is that a Mira is present. Echo not needing to be banned has actually given a huge amount of diversity to the defender bans. So it's allowed Mira to come back into play. It's allowed Maestro to come back into play, and teams can be a bit more selective. We've seen Jaeger bans, Kaid bans, Valk bans, now see a Vigil ban. There's been, teams have really run the gamut when it comes to who they decide to remove. And Mira is able to reinforce the defense down below. A lot of teams will forfeit the A bomb site, exactly as we see right now. And the pulse down below is going to be able to continue to ping away. Up on the desk, but the Nitro Cell is not going to do enough. It manages to drop Retro. It's Foxe again, the culprit, as Reed fires into the floor below, but can't land really anything at all. Now to the rescue is Shuttle inside of Tellers. He'll sit next to Reed. Is there another Nitro Cell coming? Not yet, at least. NJR finds Bio and some gunfire from Fox. He finds one. The diffuser goes down. He pulls out his pistol. Vertical C4 will connect onto Reed, and it's a major numbers advantage for Disrupt, but they're going to have to ascend the stairs, and you know how challenging this is to try and do, especially when the 2 members of DG are very keenly waiting for you. Roughly halfway point now for the diffuser. There goes a Nitro Cell. Does a little bit of damage. Some gunfire from Nyx. He downs the mute, looking for a second now as he drags his sight across, but he's going to need to go for a reload. He's got very little bullets. Foxe falls to NJR, and Disrupt are doing exactly as they need to box out OXG. But oh no, you need to get to Slash. He's only a second away. Is he going to get it in time? No! NJR, the newest member of Disrupt, is able to stop Splash as it's right on the wire, Michael. My goodness. You're going to have to go to a photo finish on that one, because I don't think you can get any closer than Oxygen got and let it slip away.
Yeah, I want to see how many seconds were left on that, if even a whole second, because that was about as close as you could expect. Well, not expect. That is as close as it gets. And that was pretty tense. I thought for a second there that Oxygen was going to be able to make that retake happen. That round as a whole, though, was quite interesting. The execution from Disrupt, not bothering to clear out downstairs. They're just like, yeah, we'll walk into Tellers and we'll plant. At first, it doesn't work, and then it continues to not work, but eventually they make it happen, get that plant down, and the post-plant was played very well by NJR and Nyx. If not for those 2 players, that certainly would have been an Oxygen round, because it was shaping up to be. The way that the retake was coming out, Oxygen had a lot of control established very quickly. One thing I will say, though, Oxygen got a little bit slow on their full retake. I think it was the Laxing on the Bandit playing on Visa Stairs, who just didn't go for the full commit to try and deny the pressure from above where Nyx was playing. And there were, obviously, we didn't see the engagements that NJR were taking, but those were going his way as well. His ability to peel and re-engage at the right moment, pretty admirable. That's it, though. That's your first round for the second map in the way of Disrupt. So they'll have something going their way. And when rounds are as close as that, they do breed confidence. So hopefully, for Disrupt's sake, we'll have this one get a little bit closer.
I think confidence is really the biggest thing for Disrupt right here. I mean, yes, they need to obviously grow their map pool to a certain extent. That's evident by the scoreline on Cafe. Yeah, they're going to need to take some time to adjust to strategies. And of course, they're going to need to get their house in order when it comes to, you know, making sure that they're following the rules. There's a lot of things that Disrupt need to work on as they're a new team, and everybody knows that coming into this, that DG would not be as well practiced as some of the veteran squads that have been around forever. And you're hard-pressed to find a team that's got more veterans on it than Oxygen. But at the same time, momentum can swing a game so wildly, and we know that the players on Disrupt are perfectly capable of winning gunfights and stacking up against really good teams. If they can manage to get a couple rounds under their belt, that momentum might be able to carry them forward. Maybe it doesn't result in a victory necessarily on Consulate, but at least it gives them a fighting chance, which is something that they still have in this round, but not as strong as it was before. As they pick off Vertical, but then immediately Retro and Reed are vanquished, leading DG to be in a one-member hole with half of the round still to play.
I love to see that. That was a double balcony run out with Foxay and Vertical. The reason it's double is because there was an air jab on that balcony, but it only detonates for one person, or well, it will detonate for one person. It'll knock over a bunch, but you run one person out, have them detonate the air jab, and the second person comes out and takes the kills on the players who are repelling. It's exactly what happened, and I think it was one for each actually on Oxygen's side, so good job to them. Repel into CEO for Shuttle. We'll have some control upstairs. There goes Bio getting one, but NJR, a great entry into the bathroom before getting shut down on a pre-fire from Laxing. Shuttle now, the last one alive on his team, upstairs, with the whole minute to work with. This is a substantial amount of time, but his odds of taking this are still very low. The air jab will detonate and tell him that there is, in fact, a player at the bottom of yellow. That player, Laxing, will have fallen all the way back to Visa Stairs. He's not trying to take a fight. He knows he doesn't need to. With 30 seconds and the time continuing to dwindle down, Shuttle is really just twisting in the wind, not capable of making anything happen. He'll confront his first opponent. Slash. Nice shot onto Fox, expecting the angle. Pre-aimed and landed. From the drop down inside of meeting, a little bit more damage. Shuttle is just losing HP after HP, just one little bullet at a time, and he'll die to the last player, Laxing, and Big Desk. Oxygen, a nice lockout there.
That was just a constant retreat through the entire map as they essentially played, they just played keep away with the members of Disrupt, and then of course it just lets Shuttle be in a position where he's, well, he has to grab the diffuser or go for kills. Honestly, there was a period of time there, Michael, where I thought that it was totally possible. After he took out Foxay and then we saw the Rook peek over by Vending Machine, I thought Shuttle wins that one. All he needs to do is pivot, and if Laxing gets really aggressive, then Laxing can very easily lose that round. You've got the diffuser down miles away from Shuttle's position on Spiral Stairs. You do not need to play that up front and in his face. As the scoreboard is shown, and we now move into round number 4, it's hard to not see Foxay's contributions. He's got 7 kills through 3 rounds. Obviously, the 4K that happened in round number 1 is going to really help anybody pad their stats, but Foxay has been great. And honestly, this Oxygen team has a lot of tools at their disposal. You have Vertical and Laxing show up big in game number 1. Laxing shows up in almost every game. He's been one of the most consistent players in North America on the scoreboard for years, but you also have a great supporting cast of Bio and Slashug, the summer edition Splashug, by the way, on sale right now, and then Foxay to back them up too. And the biggest issue with Oxygen when they were known as Reciprocity was consistency. There were some games where they just looked like they were getting shut down at every turn, and then some games where they look like they can't be stopped. Map number 1, it looked like they couldn't be stopped. How much of that is on the shoulders of Disrupt, losing confidence after they blew those 2 rounds? Well, I don't know. That's something that you can ask Disrupt after the game, win or lose. But regardless, there's obviously a lot of confidence on the side of Oxygen right now. They're playing confidently, they're winning their gunfights, and like I said earlier, momentum and confidence can make a huge difference.
Now, it looks like it's going to be a pretty site-centered hold here from Oxygen. We're not seeing a lot of off-site presence. I think Disrupt has read that. NJR will make his way into piano now. Opening up for Pipes first. Wary of the top floor, though. That's not good. The fact that your Sledge is looking up as he tries to open down is not good because it tells us, and, well, it's evident of the fact that Disrupt have not cleared out the top floor fully. And that is skipping steps, if you ask me. They'll get the garage opened up, though. So at least that job is done, and it's done quite swiftly compared to the last time they attacked on the bomb site. C4 will get NJR, though, so there goes your Sledge, and there's nobody else upstairs to use those angles. Shuttle's going to have to fill that gap, and he's actually going to choose to challenge Yellow Stairs for now. Everything's looking good for Oxygen, bad for Disrupt as it stands right now. Garage is open, yeah, but that really doesn't amount to much. And Foxay gets another! Just looking through the holes that were opened up by his C4. Nick's gone now, and it gets worse and worse for Disrupt as this continues to play out.
Did you see the shot that he tried to make all the way towards the car in the middle of garage? That's lunacy.
Oh, no.
Another from Fox downtown. He won't be able to get the Therminer Retro that's planting. The Zofia from above. Shuttle will take out Vertical. Can't win the gunfight against Laxing. Another 4K on the same bomb site. And the objective from Foxay. He breaks double digits. And Oxygen goes up 3-1.
What a round from Foxay. I mean, wow. It's deja vu here, Parker, as that's the second time, as you mentioned, he's gotten a 4K as Bandit on the bottom floor. It just keeps happening. I guess you don't want to take Foxay downstairs. It's not going to work out well for you. 3-1 right now, and you were talking about momentum and confidence, and both must be blunted for DG after that round, as that's going to build up each of them for Oxygen. Now, it's going to be Archives Tellers, the next site for Oxygen. This is the only site that they have not been successful on. They tried it and failed. Disrupt's strategy for attacking this site last time was just, hey, let's walk into Tellers and plant. Oh, it didn't work. Let's do it again. Oh, didn't work. Hey, wait. Third time's a charm. And they managed to make it happen. They managed to get that plant down, hold it in the post plant. And it, well, just barely worked out in the end. We'll see if DG will bring something similar this time around. I expect Oxygen to bring some kind of counter to the way that played out last time, or change up their overall setup. We'll see. We're not quite there yet. Thus far, everything's looking pretty in line with the last time. The mirror window setup is, I think, the same. Just trying to deny the pressure from the garage. I think the Maestro, don't quote me on this, but I think the Maestro might be a different play. I don't really remember him factoring into the last Teller's defense. Might have been there, but I don't remember him actually being too relevant.
I do think you're giving a little bit less praise to DG for the way that they attacked this bomb site last time. They knew full well that planting up on the desk was likely going to result in the death. They had everything set up for a second body to go in, but then the work that they'd done on the floor, what they'd opened up on that third floor and what they'd opened up on the second floor denied Oxygen from being able to play off of that angle and being able to play vertically because they knew that DG would challenge them, which is what forced Oxygen to then try to retake the stairs quicker than if Oxygen just tried to go for the kills. Also lacking C4s hurt Oxygen quite a bit. I don't know. I think that it was impressive. I think it's fairly routine. You know, a 2v or a 2v4 with diffuser down and all you need to do is camp stairwells. It ain't that hard, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But it was still getting to the point that I think was quite impressive. And we're seeing similar things from Disrupt now. They're going to take hold of that third floor, wreak some havoc, open up the hatches, and then begin to do the soft destruction work in the hands of NJR, who was the savior of DG the last time they attacked this bomb site.
He has been a big player for his team through this map. However, he is the top frag on his team in this map. However, that's 4 rounds and only 1 for Disrupt, so it's not a whole lot to pull on here. And JR will get his 5th, though, as he takes down Slash through a long angle, I think through 2 different floors there. Yeah, look at that. All the way down into the basement from the top floor. That must have been a difficult shot to land. Foxe and Vertical setting up the C4 to try and counter the open drop down. That's 1 C4 wasted. You also lost Slash's C4 earlier. So now you've probably only got 2 left in Laxing and Vertical. Laxing is somewhere else entirely. And he's actually not brought it. He's got the barbed wire. Now, Vertical trying his best as the last person who can deny from below. Biologic is gone. And you can see that Disrupt are starting their plant. Foxe through the wall will get shuttle, but the plant is going to be stuck, and it will be successful because the Pulse was distracted and unable to call out for his team. This is looking a whole lot like another round for Disrupt. Nice long angle play from Laxing, but he's not going to land the shot. Good awareness, but he will still miss. Disrupt just hold this post plant for a few more seconds, and they'll win the round out. They don't need to panic. They don't need to freak out. There's really no chance for Oxygen to take this. Great hold of the top floor from NJR. Laxing does get 1 kill eventually, but is shut down by Reed. And Disrupt take their 2nd round.
I am kind of surprised that Teller's Archives is in the playbook right now for Oxygen rather than that top floor of Console Office. The bomb rotation that we've seen so far from Oxygen has been Garage, Tellers, and Lobby. Garage downstairs, Tellers on the split level, and then Lobby on the 1st floor. There hasn't been any Console Office upstairs, which is a little confusing because that tends to be teams' strongest bomb site. I wonder if it's because a lot of times teams tend to attack it quite default, taking control of, the east side of the map and then pushing on in through admin. They'll take admin, push in, take small office, take copier, and then take the back of long desk. I wonder if Oxygen is trying to keep DG on their toes by going to bomb sites that are a little bit unusual. Not that Teller's Archives is unusual. It is decently commonly played, but it is still less frequent than that top floor bomb site. Something to possibly ask OXG if they end up doing the interview. Whoever from our end is going to be doing it, maybe something to keep in mind too. But the very final defense for Oxygen, and while this is a much closer match than what we saw in Cafe, it's a funny thing because this is Oxygen's map. So the landslide that we saw on map 1 from Oxygen came, unfortunately for Disrupt, on Disrupt's map. The Consulate is a bit unpredictable. It can be tough to attack. It can be tough to defend. Like I said, it plays out very linear. The bans from DG that would affect Oxygen right now are just simply Vigil. Valk being banned by Oxygen means that they knew that they weren't going to be playing that operator. They anticipated it. Is the Vigil hurting them? I mean, not really. Laxing isn't always playing that lurking, flanking role that we're so used to expecting. And one last thing before I just toss it to you. You suspect that we're going to see the same double jump out on that window, Michael? It's already been air jabbed. But
I don't know if I expect it. No, it usually only works 1 time. It's actually just a rush strategy here from DG, interestingly, and they'll lose Retro early on. But NJR gets 1, trying to rotate between Piano and the main lobby. That's Biologic gone, so good pick there. C4 on the balcony, and there's no chance to run out. There's at least 2 people on DG holding this balcony right now. So even if there was a possibility, it doesn't seem like that's going to be a thing here for Oxygen. The initial rush was stopped by Oxygen, but both teams came away with 1 player dead. And, well, Disrupt disengaged. They decided to reassess their execution. It looks like they want to go for an A site take now, which is definitely possible with a Capitao in play. And he does only have 1 bolt, but you can at least cut off 1 rotation.
There's a frag grenade that goes off inside a bathroom, and Laxing doesn't really have to worry too much about it. He's going to be the playmaker inside of Piano, as you said, if we see the Capitao go for a play towards the A bomb. The B bomb being in the middle of the lobby, which is where Retro had gone in and just literally threw his life away, I don't think is where we're going to see Disrupt focus their energy, because they know that there's too many openings, and that floor being shot out above them, or well, the ceiling for them, means that it will be their undoing. They'll get locked down very easily. The one thing for Piano now is that you've also got Bio to come in here to the help of Laxing. Oh my goodness! Just springs out of the bathroom stall and destroys Reed and gets another on to Nyx. By God, you're up next, Zofia, but no, Laxing with 3 huge kills. Oxygen will take this half 4-2 after Disrupt's strong, quick start fizzles out and they don't find their footing. The teams will switch sides.
Well. If it isn't Foxe and Laxing showing up in strength to this map, as they currently are the ones really pushing their team forward on this map. I mean, look at that scoreline. NJR doing his darndest, but it just isn't enough right now. As the Oxygen lineup is really coming alive. Overall performance from the teams are both pretty admirable, but darn, just some of those shots that were being landed in that last round by Laxing, really the major difference maker. He should have died on the initial entry into the bathroom, but for some reason, they didn't all come together, and it was more of a two separate, well, in this case, 3 separate 1v1s, but 2 separate 1v1s on the people who were trying to entry bathroom that allowed Laxing to win those fights. You throw both of your players at him together, and yeah, it's a bottleneck, but you'll still have a better chance of winning that fight. Also, what an awkward start to that engagement. It wasn't the only thing that factored into that round, however. The initial skirmish at the beginning of the round, where the attack tried to push in and plant, assuming there would be no one covering, did cost the attack and the defense both 1 player, and changed the tone of the rest of the round. But more importantly, it also cost all of your all but 1 firebolt on Capitao, and that utility could have been used to cut off rotation and line of sight in Piano, thus allowing for a planted Piano, which was the plan. But because they didn't have the bolts anymore, they had to clear bathroom before pushing Piano, and unfortunately for Disrupt, Laxing was in bathroom.
So, what is Disrupt going to be able to do on their defense? It's downstairs on Garage, 3rd time we've seen this bomb site, but obviously a little bit different given that it is DG, and they're bringing different tools as well. I expect to see a Kaida, Maestro, and a Mira on most bomb sites given the way that Consulate plays. Maybe Mira not so much. We talk about this on this map. Mira is actually not always banned on Consulate. This is one of the few maps where she makes it through the ban phase and then doesn't really get a lot of play. I don't know if it's just teams not all that comfortable with her or whether they think there's better tools at their disposal. Regardless, she's going to be front and center, and well, Oxygen starts by clearing on that top floor. Make sure there's nobody playing up on the 3rd, move to the 2nd, and then try to take control of the garage panels, try to take control of yellow. That's going to be the thought process here. With no Thatcher on the board and no real Thatcher alternative, you're going to get the Sledge inside a Piano, which is exactly where the strongest member of Oxygen so far today is going to take up space. Sledge is going to begin to smash away whenever he wants, maybe taking out the Electroclaw that's going to be down below. It's the only denial. NJR starts off the festivities onto vertical towards the back of the bomb site. I don't know if that was a solo entry from the Jackal, but he gets caught off guard by Spiral Stairs, and NJR, that pick is huge.
Look at that. Through the drop down, Nyx is going to add to it as he gets Slash outside the garage. Slash seems to have been trying to go for the 2nd panel and wasn't expecting the aggression. Well, he was wrong not to. Foxe is still alive though, and he's going to get the first kill for his team. Nyx goes down. That's a big one. Still a minute left for the attack, and they have the garage open, still have vertical control. They can apply pressure from above. Things are looking okay for both teams. Definitely a man advantage for Disrupt, but that does not get them the win outright. Air jabs to lock off those rotations. Oxygen now just sizing up their choices. NJR offsite. That might be crucial when it comes to the actual fight in the site. Now, there is a potential for a plant, but you've got Evil Eyes in play and Reed on the smoke with the gas canisters. Lyle's going to try for it. Gas canister number 1. Don't know if he has more than that, but it's likely he's got 2 more. Yep, there they are. 20 seconds left, and he can deny this plant all 20 of those seconds. But it's a deep plant from Bio, and he's not going to be covered by the smoke. Reed, though, does get Laxing elsewhere, so a lot of pressure on Foxe to get the kills. In the post plant, though, so Foxe will need to ace. He's got the 1 kill. He's going to hold on to yellow stairs. Air jab signifies there's someone pushing upstairs elsewhere. Good hold here from Foxe. Needs to make sure nobody Ninja disables as well. He'll deny that. Good cover. 1-2 in yellow stairs, but it's the player from main lobby, NJR, who was holding the back and came up from behind to get the final kill and salvage this round for his team. As much as that was a man advantage for Disrupt, I fully expect Foxe, if only confronted from yellow, would have been able to hold that.
Yeah, there was 3 people from Disrupt who were just waiting to dogpile and swarm him. 2 on yellow stairs, as you pointed out, and 1 that came through the antechamber. One of the quirkiest callouts in the entire game. Honestly, I was not impressed with Oxygen's take, if I'm being honest with you. Disrupt really didn't need to do that much. They got the opening pick on Vertical, and it was very clear that Oxygen was going to try to essentially pull off a pincer move on DG. Put a lone wolf in the back of the bomb site, which was Vertical's play. Jackal's an excellent operator to do that. He can sow confusion by tossing in smokes if need be, and maybe take out one of the roamers. And if you don't want him to hang out in the back of the bomb site, then he can just simply regroup with you by the garage. But then Oxygen, after losing Vertical, didn't really seem to know what to do next. So how do they recover? Well, they eventually go for a takeover by garage. They managed to get the diffuser down because his biologic was lucky that the smoke canisters tossed out by DG didn't hit. But then at that point, it was a 4v2. You're scrambling in the post plant. It's basically getting caught with your pants down, and there's no way for you to be able to return fire. Even the greatest performance that I've seen Foxay put on in ages isn't good enough to stop them. And really, a lot of it boils down to that opening pick. We harp on how critical opening duels are. Vertical, dying with very little recourse, no trade potential, put OXG in a hole for that round because they didn't have anybody to contain the off-site plays of Disrupt. And when you have to open up that garage door, if you can't start to slowly reduce the numbers of the defenders, you're essentially going to need to win every gunfight as you go for a plant in a bomb site that's going to leave you very exposed.
Oxygen in control round-wise, but that last round, I think, is big for Disrupt, not only because, of course, it's going to bring them closer to even, but because they really needed that. I think if Oxygen gets too far away from Disrupt in this match, in this map, actually, specifically, it'll just be unrecoverable at some point. So it's good that Disrupt are building that confidence. It's a big round from NJR, as talked about. And it's, for this round, a middle floor defense. Only anchor right now is Retro. That makes sense. We've seen these solo smoke holds on the site before. This is totally reasonable. The reason they're doing this is they're trying to control the bomb site from above. They're trying to deny that plant from above. And you only need that one guy on site just in case, just for security. It's going to be your smoke because he can delay for a long time as a solo player with those gas canisters. So it's thought out here. It's an interesting setup. It's not anything too crazy. It's just a little bit of a risk, because if the attack reads that there's only a solo anchor and they go for the confident bull rush onto the site, they can completely lock you out of your own bomb site, and that forces a retake strategy to ensue from the defense. It's not necessarily what's happening here, though, as the clear upstairs is the main priority, and Reed is going to stop Vertical dead as he attempts to push up the yellow staircase.
Honestly, these opening picks for Disrupt have been huge in this matchup. They are, through 8 rounds, dead even with Oxygen, and, well, if the pattern holds, they'll win this round and then be even in round count 2. And honestly, as long as they don't get traded out, Disrupt isn't in a bad spot to just simply hold on. Vertical, gone again. This is 2 rounds in a row now where his possible solo play, his hero play, whatever you'd like to call it, has just not panned out at all. That is a problem for Oxygen. In this case, you lose Amaru. She's not the most crucial operator. She's got a great gun and she's been changed, so she's more versatile. But utility-wise, she doesn't bring much to the table, especially if you're looking at a lobby take, which is exactly what this is. But swinging through the bathroom door is Slash. He's joined on the scoreboard by Foxay as Slash goes to do his duties very diligently inside a piano. But down below, it's Shuttle with the Nitro Cell. Slash knew it was coming. Foxay turns. Can he do enough damage after he shrugs off some bullets? It's him and Laxing versus Reed and Shuttle in a 2v2. Plant going down, and the Nomad drops. I don't know if this was deliberate, but Laxing might be, in essence, sending Foxay to an early grave. Foxay caught by Shuttle, and here's Laxing doing what he does best. Shuttle working on the diffuser. Does Laxing know? He's going to have to go. He gets shot from the shoulder. That's it. And then unloading the remaining 70 bullets of the Alda is Reed, the body shot machine. As Disrupt draws even on Consulate, these two teams now tied 4-4.
Another big round from Disrupt, and an excellent denial in the bomb site. That C4 from below was crucial to the outcome of the round. If that initial plant attempt from Oxygen had been successful, we would have seen that extend their lead, as they definitely would have taken that round. One key thing to note about that round against Disrupt is the way that Retro played on the bomb site. He was caught unawares, not holding on to the right angle, and unable to hold the bomb site against the onslaught that Oxygen put out. So in the end, Oxygen reads that the site has only got one anchor. They tried to go for the play, but not after they'd already tried to clear out upstairs. They lost some players in that attempt. And because of those lost players, there's not enough manpower to hold that post plant. Good round to read in particular. For all the contributions he had in that round, I'd say the start was that kill over by Yellow Stairs. That was so big for Disrupt's hold. Now it's going to be a Teller's Archives defense here for Disrupt, a site that has not been friendly to Oxygen, but has been very kind to Disrupt, at least when Disrupt was on attack. We'll see how that changes, or if it changes, as we are now on the second half, and well, this could certainly be a mirror of what we saw last time. Maybe this is just a site that is very exposed and neither team is comfortable on it. Who knows? We'll find out. But overall, the setup's looking very similar to the way that it was set up by Oxygen when they were on this site.
You know, now that I've thought about it, I do wonder if the reason why we're not seeing the upstairs bomb site is because the addition of Wamai, when coupled with Jaeger, means that all of that window play gets you absolutely nowhere. Because how do operators and players play on those windows? Well, they dump a ton of utility in. There's no Ash. Your projectiles that are going to come are largely going to be from Zofia. You're going to essentially be repelling into your doom, because if the defenders stack it well enough, you might not have enough at your disposal as an attacker to be able to burn all the magnets and ADSs.
Certainly could be that. The repel play is made much more difficult without the projectiles. A lot of it also, comes down to, oh, wow, shotgun blast to the torso. Foxay goes down, and Nyx taking care of his former teammate. Also, top frag for this match overall with 16 kills. Foxay not going to be able to participate in this round, but as I was trying to say, a lot of it also comes down to just those gunfights. I mean, when you get on repel, it's all down to the angle play, who's exposing who to what, and that's why those projectiles, why those rather throwables factor in so much. You need to be able to deal indirect damage, or, I mean, what are you doing there?
This is the third round, Michael, where Oxygen has given away a free pick to Disrupt, and that's a huge problem. Oxygen is a better team than that. You shouldn't be just throwing a life away. And it's obviously very troubling, because there go your only set of frag grenades on attack, just as you'd lost your only set of smokes the first time around on the garage take in round number 7. This is a problem from Oxygen, and this is what I said before when I talked about consistency, is that Oxygen needs to stop playing certain rounds like they're a team of individuals. They need to start playing together. Foxay wasn't getting droned in. He face-checked the bottom of Visa Stairs and made enough noise that he got spotted out by the mute. So it's like, why are you making those little mistakes? And those little mistakes have cost you 2 rounds that you had an even shot of winning, and now might be costing you a third too. But Diffuser's going down from Slash. If DG doesn't know this could be a quick one. There goes the Nitro Cell. Slash once again just narrowly manages to get the objective play off. That's tough for him. 2 rounds now. Another Diffuse going down, and Vertical will try to bait out a possible second C4 and does so adeptly. He'll go to another Diffuse. This time around, it's essentially a game of cat and mouse, as Laxing as the cover. Shuttle with a kill of his own on the Vertical, and that's the Diffuser surrendered. Biologic's up next. They're just tagging them in at this point. Reed takes out Laxing, and Disrupt has so much going for them that the lead might be theirs, and it is! Disrupt's first lead, my goodness, of this Consulate matchup. Excellent play and fair play to them as they'll take the round. And this is 3 in a row on defense. They have shown up huge on Consulate so far.
Absolutely huge for Disrupt, I agree. That last round, I mean, Oxygen played it very similarly to how Disrupt played it. On the first half, they tried to stack up inside of Tellers, go for plant attempts, and one after another bleed the C4s out. But after the C4s were gone, there was still denial coming out from Disrupt. They were still just shooting from below. Really good awareness there from the Pulse and Disrupt as a whole to make sure that that diffuser did not get planted, and they did not allow a post-plant to ensue. Well done to that defense that is the first successful hold of Tellers we've seen out of 3 attempts, 2 by Oxygen on this map. So we'll see if I don't know if we get back to that for Disrupt, but by the looks of things, this is actually shaping up really well for Disrupt to just take this map. I mean, honestly, they're building in their confidence. They're building up that momentum. They're looking a lot more solid. These gunfights, I mean, some of these, most of these kills actually aren't even gunfights. They're indirect. A lot of them are Disrupt. Well, I guess, I don't want to say outthinking, just getting the edge over Oxygen through indirect means. And I love to see that. That's definitely something that's going to give you an edge overall in the round. And then by that, of course, I'm talking about the C4s.
So here's a big change, as it appears that the flex pick from Oxygen is in the hands of Vertical. He played Amaru, he played Jackal, he's now playing Kali. So, okay, you have Vertical on different roles. What is he capable of accomplishing? Kali's going to be an interesting one, especially as it's the upstairs bomb site. You know, finally we get to see Console Office, and what could she really bring to the table here? Well, if there's any deployable shields in the way, she can deal some significant damage, but significant damage being done elsewhere on the map. It's the very first opening duel going in favor of Oxygen in a number of rounds. So there you go. This is what OXG needs to put themselves back on the same footing that they found themselves on, or rather looking to put themselves on, after having the lead for the entire game. And it's Foxay to get it. He's got 17 kills now. This is huge for him in one matchup, and there's still a couple rounds to go.
I think Foxay just does not want to let his past teammates win this one, and he's really showing up to bat for this map. Wants to end it in that quick 2-0. As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, Oxygen did get map number 1, which was Disrupt's pick. So definitely all pressure on Disrupt here. Though with the lead, they're not in a terrible spot. One of the Goyo shields inside of A that could have denied the plant will be detonated early, and that's going to be advantageous to Oxygen. That'll give them an avenue, a safe avenue into the site where they can plant, not have to worry about fiery explosions happening around them. Such an interesting pick, this Kali, but it is really good at getting rid of the shields, and I imagine that's why they're bringing her. It's a substitute of sorts for Ashe, as while she doesn't have stuns to clear out ADSs or my discs, she does have a decent chunk of those explosive tipped rounds that can destroy shields and other gadgets.
That was a huge mistake. I don't know if you saw, one of her gadgets got eaten alive by a Wamai gadget, and then she missed the second one as Vertical couldn't land his shots. But he lands that one just as well on the shuttle, as there were 2 kills from Foxay. Nicks a beautiful dagger into the heart of Laxing. And now looking for another, this time on the Biologic. DG is going to trail in numbers, but make it even, as the Repel play with 40 seconds left is going to be crucial. Their slash out on the balcony to take out NJR, and it's Nyx looking to be able to push his team to match point. He'll just need to watch the windows, as the members from Oxygen will be very vulnerable when they push into the bomb site. And a beautiful shot from Nyx fires onto the window. It's Bio versus Nyx in a 1v1. The wall soft next to Nyx. Disrupt have an opportunity for the match point, and they'll take it. A massive play from Nyx to redeem himself. Goodness gracious. It's match point DG on Oxygen's map.
Oh, I'm waiting for that chat to light up, but I'm wondering, maybe Nyx will be the better man. It looks like it's going to be the rehost call, though, from Bio. After that big round from Nyx and Disrupt, we'll see what comes of this. What the call is from the admins. But whatever the case be, Disrupt are inches away from pushing us to map 3. And it's going to be confirmed. All right, so we will go for a rehost. And we will find out what the deal is with that, what we're going to be doing moving forward. But shouldn't be anything too complicated, I imagine. We'll come back and continue where we left off. But, of course, we don't know what's going on, so we'll find out as we find out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why the call was made for a rehost by Bio. I don't know if there was an issue on their end. I don't know if they saw something in-game with a uniform, maybe. And I'm not saying that to meme, because I know a lot of people might think that I'm using it as a joke. We don't know. You know, there are genuinely teams that might not have the correct uniforms equipped, you know? So we'll wait and see and await the call from the admin. In the meantime, Michael, subverting expectations. Disrupt right now up 6-4. Oxygen put in good effort on their defense, but they've really fallen off after that. What has gone wrong for this OXG team?
Well, to be honest, in that last round, that was just one 1v1 after another with Nyx, and it should have been a complete collapse onto him, but they allowed Nyx to maintain angles and win individual gunfights when they should not have. I really think that coordination is the main flaw with Oxygen's play right now. You brought it up earlier, actually, Parker, and I completely agree. Oxygen are entering into a lot of 1v1s, and they're giving themselves a lot of chance. Well, they're not giving themselves. They're exposing themselves quite a lot. Like that round where Fox A was in the building by himself, no one droning him in, just alone trying to go for a solo entry, dies early on, and then, okay, well, you've lost your top frag. Why? I mean, there's more opportunity for droning. There's more opportunity for people, for Oxygen to come together as a squad and to lock these rounds out. We've seen them do it a number of times. We've seen that really shine through a couple of these rounds, but it's not the, I don't know, it's not the prevailing, it's not consistent, I guess, is the best way to put it. And I think that's the main problem with Oxygen right now, as Disrupt, while also having their own problems, have been winning a lot of their 1v1s. I mean, geez, what was that round from Nyx? I'm surprised he didn't have a rebuttal for the 4K statements that were made by Fox A earlier in the match.
Nyx is taking an awful lot of heat for today's mistakes that I guess you could call them from Cafe. And I mean, when we were on a break earlier, I just happened to scroll through the old Twitter feed and scroll through Reddit, and yeah, he was getting quite the beating from people within the community. But the one thing I will say to Nyx's credit is that he tries to do his talking on the battlefield.
It's true.
He doesn't strike me as the type of person who will take to Twitter to try and directly flame. He doesn't seem like the type of person who's, going to do the same thing in game. If the Oxygen guys want to chat to their opponents, then let them. There was a pro player way back when that said, once we've got them talking in chat, we know that we've got them. And in this case, I mean, Fox A, after a huge 4K and his team being in, commanding control after that matchup on Cafe, decided to take the opportunity to kind of poke fun at the DG guys. Sure, let them. But how sweet is it to not necessarily say it in chat, but to say it on the scoreboard and steal Oxygen's map away from them 7-4, because that's what we're looking at right now. Unless overtime is in the cards, and unless Oxygen can manage to find some form of footing that they have very clearly lost over the last half of the map, this is going to go in favor of Disrupt. We're going to have our first map 3 in the US division, and then we'll have a showdown on Villa. If I'm Nyx, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit sour with the things that your former team saying to you, but use that as motivation to finish out this matchup and do everything you can to ensure that even if you lose, you get as close to as possible to winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Disrupt through this match, and through this map in particular, have proven themselves that they're capable of getting that close. And right now, I mean, they're in the lead. They're angled to take this one and push us to that map 3. And I said it when we had just barely seen them play 3 rounds in map number 1, Cafe. I am impressed by Disrupt's ability to contest at this level. I'm happy that they're coming in performing as well as they are performing. You'll always love to see it. And a lot of people, again, were really worried that was not going to be the case. I think that's been disproven here today, and that's awesome. Fantastic. Now, the overall performance from both of these teams has been kind of interesting. Again, mentioned at the end, or as we were transitioning over here, was the synergy, the teamwork on Oxygen has been lacking, to put it bluntly. Their ability to work together to isolate 2v1s or 3v1s or what have you, just anything not a 1v1, has been lacking. It's something they need to work on, and constantly walking into those 1v1s is another problem. If you're wondering what this break is about, it was another skin issue. So we're just going to wait for the admins to deliberate and for some things, the players to take off in the wrong skins and then, you know, figure everything out, because right now we don't know all the details, and then we will get back into the match. But you can expect this to take a little bit of time, since we don't know exactly what's going to be happening when we continue this match, or what we don't know. It was another skin issue.
Now, given the fact that the rehost was called from Oxygen, I'm going to go out on a limb here and speculate. Do not take my word as gospel, but I'm going to take a stab at the fact that Oxygen saw something they didn't like, which is why they called for the rehost. Either that, or Oxygen wanted to maybe play an operator who has a skin on that you can't change in game, and called for the rehost so they could change out of that skin. For example, let's say, hey, okay, we're going to play this round. Uh-oh, I want to play Jaeger, but I have this skin on him. You can't change that skin in game. You can change the gun skin. You can't change your outfit in game. It has to be done in the menu under the operators tab. So it's perfectly reasonable that maybe they called for a rehost because they realized that they needed to make adjustments to what, you know, cosmetics are equipped. Or maybe they saw something on Disrupt and they didn't like it. We can speculate endlessly. It's not going to get us anywhere. But honestly, I think this is a pretty good lesson for the teams that are competing. You know, Dark Zero and the Sonics are up next. Then we have teams competing all across the global program. You know, EU goes tomorrow, Canada goes tomorrow. Go to default uniforms, or at least fix your skins so that you know that you're on every single operator. You're not blurring the line of what isn't acceptable with blacklisted versus whitelisted skins. It's very important to do that. But anyway, if you're just tuning in, you'll see down below, it is 1-0 Oxygen. Oxygen winning 7-1 on Disrupt's map. Disrupt is currently up 6-4, sitting on match point. They've taken 4 rounds in a row off of Oxygen and are 1 round away from pushing us to a 3rd map. And honestly, I do think that Disrupt on this map has probably beaten most casual viewers' expectations.
Oh no, certainly. Yeah, and we've been talking about that through the whole series. I think that Disrupt have been performing above and beyond what you would expect from them, or not what you would expect from them, but what you would assume to expect from them, because that's the thing. We really haven't had any info to work with. Nothing tangible, nothing empirical, nothing truly solid. So it's good that we're getting some of that now. And I am myself happy, Parker, that we're going to see, well, we're likely to see a map number 3, because we're not done yet. We're very close to seeing that map number 3. If we do get to it, it will be Villa. Villa, I think, as a map it's a total toss-up, again, because we don't have map information on Disrupt. We're just going to have to find out when we get into the game. It wasn't picked by either team. It was just the last map that got through the ban phase. So it'll be what it is. And once again, like, we don't know exactly what's going to happen with these round counts. And yeah, you were right, Parker, in your speculation. It was a uniform incorrect on Disrupt side, and we'll figure out exactly what that's going to mean per the round count when the admins make that call. But we're just not to that point yet. Overall, what we've been seeing on Consulate, though, let's take a step back and let's start talking about that. Consulate has been an interesting map. Different results here and there for both teams. Tellers, clearly a huge problem for Oxygen, both in attack and defense. They're not comfortable on that site. Disrupt, quite the opposite. In fact, I would argue that Tellers as a bomb site, whether it be on attack or defense, has been a key reason why Disrupt are in the lead position that they find themselves in right now. You've seen that round, or rather that site, 3 times now, and every time it has gone the way of Disrupt. They are very confident there on either side, and that is very impressive. Apart from that, overall, it's been a bit of a toss-up, a back and forth on the other sites. I will say, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of top floor defense, and that's been favored towards Disrupt because we just saw them on it. But there's time for that to be changed up. It could have gone Oxygen's way.
With all of that said, there's plenty more to get into, but as we await the return of the teams to the lobby, we're going to go for a short break, and then we'll be back with more of our second map between Disrupt and Oxygen. Welcome back, everybody, again from another rehost. Thank you very much for your patience. We are still in the midst of this Disrupt versus Oxygen matchup. We are on map number 2, and we're going to get right into the game. There was another rehost due to the new rules surrounding operator cosmetics and operator skins. And well, you're going to notice a very different scoreline at the top. Unfortunately, another violation from Disrupt has put us into a 4v4. It was 6-4 in favor of Disrupt. The admins have walked that back due to the fact that there were some issues following the rules, and the admins are now putting us to a 4v4. Obviously, this is a huge victory for Oxygen, as they committed a number of mistakes that landed them in a position where they were on the razor's edge of losing their own map.
Yeah, that is now, through skin violations, that is now 4 rounds total in this match through 2 maps that have been lost because the wrong skin was on. That is so rough. And if we see the same thing happen that in map number 2 that happened in map number 1, where Disrupt come back after this kind of a rehost, down 2 rounds that they won prior, and they get demoralized and start losing rounds as a result, then Oxygen could lock this out in a 2-0. When before this rehost, before those skin violations, it was looking a whole lot like we were going to map number 3. That would be so disappointing if it were the case. And, I mean, there's not a whole lot else to say. But here we go. Disrupt, at least they get to go to their preferred bomb site. A bomb site they haven't lost on attack or defense. Taylor's Archives. Really, their stomping ground. Now, the question is, will Oxygen have improved their strategy attacking this bomb site from the last attempt they had?
How much does this honestly affect the mood of Disrupt? Let's just get that one. Let's get this one out of the way.
Tons.
How much does this affect just the motivation and the atmosphere of this Disrupt team, knowing that yet again you've now, I mean, you go back to map number 1 on Cafe, Michael, and it was 2-1 DG, and then they never recovered. They were on match point here, and you were gifted a couple rounds from pretty big blunders that we saw from Oxygen, and now OXG doesn't have to repeat those same mistakes.
Parker, the first time it's, that's unlucky. Don't worry about it. We'll get them in map number 2. The second time it's, are you kidding me? You didn't, all of them? Just all the skins. Take them off. And here we are. It's the second time. So if Disrupt is not disrupted by this, then, no pun intended, then I really sincerely am impressed by their professionalism. We'll find out when we get the rounds kind of starting to finalize, because it'll be reflected in their play.
So the one thing going for Oxygen this time is that they haven't committed an early unnecessary death, but there's a party going on down below. Disrupt is having a team meeting in Archives. I wonder what they're doing down there. They're all hunkered up, and obviously they don't need to worry about getting grenaded or anything along those lines. They're all safe as can be. Shuttle is going to be in a very strong position to ensure that when the plant goes down inside of the A bomb site, he's there with cardiac sensor in hand to guide a nitro cell that will, if you're a Disrupt fan, result in the untimely or perfectly timed demise, I suppose, of one member of Oxygen. This has been a very quick round, though. They're trying to bait out a plant. There is the cardiac sensor, as we talked about. Shuttle will likely have a nitro cell ready to go at some point. Slash sprints on in. He's going to go for it and attempt the plant. Is there going to be a nitro cell down below? Shuttle, there he is. Nitro cell out. Slash needs to move and misses. Slash will go for another plant. 40 seconds down. He'll evade yet again in case there's another nitro cell. And Biologic is next to him. Slash going for the plant. Nyx gets the opening kill. There's some redemption. And DG needs to keep this rolling. Another added to them, but there's Foxay heating up. Is that his 18th kill, I believe? Huge play from him. Diffuser no longer going down, as Bio is going to have to try to stick it on top of the desk. Once again, holding the angle is Foxay from above. The moment that the Maestro pops on out, Foxay should be there. But this is perfect from DG, and Oxygen are struggling mighty hard. This will be a 4v1 once the Diffuser starts to go down. And there it goes. Attempted. Reed a second kill, this time on the Foxay. Vertical's going to have to go for frags, but no. NJR stops him in his tracks. Disrupt, well, they don't waste any time picking up a round that they had just forfeited They're marching their way back to match point, one round off of where they were before this rehost.
This is the same thing we've been seeing from both of these teams on that site now. Disrupt and Oxygen. On attack, what do they try to do? They try to funnel everyone they can into tellers. And that's pretty much the extent of the strategy. Get into tellers, burn the C4s, plant the diffuser. It worked for Disrupt. They managed it. Oxygen were not as good at holding from below. It hasn't worked so far for Oxygen. They really are not doing a great job of burning out those C4s or just getting the plant in general. Reed has been a constant thorn aside from the C4s down below, always applying pressure through those holes. And I don't know what else to say. I think the clearest solution for Oxygen is to approach that bomb site in a different way, because every time they've either tried to defend against that strategy or employ that strategy themselves of just funneling into tellers, it has not worked for them. And if we go to map number 2, once again, that will be why. Or map number 3, pardon me. Whatever the case be, though, impressive stuff from Disrupt. Again, specifically Reed. I have to be impressed by the way that he, not necessarily that he's C4ing, the way that he's applying pressure through the pre-made holes. He has been a constant force through those holes on the Teller bomb site the 2 times that his team went there. And good stuff to him for that. Now, we're going to the basement next for Disrupt. They've brought a Mira. Mira is not amazing here, but she can be very useful if used correctly, and she's always going to be useful in some way or another. So we'll have that Mira window facing towards the garage. Inside is security. It won't give too much information, but at the very least, it's going to, tell you what you can expect when you don't have to peek for that information. And that's nice. It's convenient.
So we'll go downstairs to garage. This was a console hold before, if you remember. So one thing to note is that the immediate round needs to be replayed on the same site, same operators, but then they're free to deviate from that after. So when we went back to round number 9, they have to go to Teller's Archives. They have to run the same operators. They have to try to keep things as close to the way it was originally. But after that, they can do whatever they want. Disrupt had gone upstairs to console office and just narrowly won on that 1v1 after a huge play from Nyx. But instead, I think that they realize it came way too close. So don't make that mistake. Go downstairs, go to garage, and well, you can still play on that 3rd floor if you want. And they do just that. They take out Fox A. It's technically the 2nd floor, but garage, 1st floor, main floor, 2nd floor. I've spent too much time in Europe.
Totally understand.
Where the basement is the 1st floor.
I do bottom, middle, top. Yeah. That's the way I always try.
Yeah. I was like doing numbers.
But it's okay. I think people understand what you mean.
They better. Another pick from Disrupt, this time from NJR. He eliminates Vertical, and it doesn't look like Oxygen are going to get much out of this. So things going according to plan for Disrupt here. This is what they needed, was to just stick to the script. Keep things going the way you were. Hold the map control you need. Oxygen already trailing by 2. These opening picks for DG are huge. They've got every opening pick on defense so far, and obviously it's working out quite well for them. They've also opened the garage, Michael, so objective play is definitely doable, but you know they're going to have to go for the plant somewhere near the front of that white van, and it's very easy to either smoke or nitro cell somebody out of that position.
Well, a lot of this is going to come down to the utility use from Oxygen, considering the man disadvantage at this point. Ooh, narrowly missing out on a kill there. That was Reed trying to cross to his mirror window, but he's made it now. And with only 30 seconds left, Oxygen 3v5. The chances of this round going in the favor of the attack are slim to none. This should be a repeat of what we had before the rehost, where we go to 6-4. Should be. Keywords here. Here comes the push on yellow. Laxing eating some bullets from the Jaeger. NJR adjusting his aim to account for the prone. The plant going down from Slash, but the cover is dead, and it's all on Slash now. He'll get it down, but it's not going to matter. A triple for Shuttle, and the final kill for Disrupting the round. Disable, very easy to clean up. And that'll be 6-4. Same way we saw it before. Now repeated. Disrupt have not let it get to them. That is evident in their play. And boy, oh boy, I said I would be impressed, and I sure am.
Yeah, this is something that really needs to be talked about, is if it's 6-4 Oxygen right now, Nyx is public enemy number 1. The team is fuming. He's the intended target for all of them, and he's the enemy. Because him running a skin it changes your scoreline, and it ultimately could have cost you the game. But he's the leader of this team. The buck stops with him. He needs to be the one to settle down the team and keep them in line. And I'm going to assume that's exactly what he did. I'm going to assume that he was able to keep the team focused, own up to the mistake, and keep playing. And honestly, those last 2 rounds were more decisive than the previous 9th and 10th rounds that we saw before the rehost. The only thing that's different is the time of day that DG went on to match point. Everything else was basically the same, if not better, for Disrupt. That's demoralizing for Oxygen because they had such a great opportunity to undo the mistakes of the past and come out ahead. At worst, maybe try to keep it close by going 5-5. But they surrender both of the rounds right back to Disrupt after they got the freest rounds of their lives. And I really cannot tell you how huge that is for DG.
Didn't they get like a forfeit in the last season or something?
Against Tempo Storm, yes.
Yes. Oh, wouldn't that be the... I'm sorry, I'm being pedantic and nitpicky.
You have to come on here and just
I'm sorry.
bury me in front of all my family and friends.
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
Hey, Kix, here's something that I think. Hey, Antero, I think that you're totally wrong. Here's a counterexample that shows it.
Oh, my bad. But no, okay, but it is among those rounds though, and it's a 4-round handicap. Let's extend that thought to what if Disrupt win this series with a 4-round handicap for Oxygen, no less. I mean, that would be substantial. Now, granted, those rounds being handicapped, that's totally justified. That is on Disrupt. Let's be really clear about that. And Nyx really should have taken off his uniforms. But at the same time, that does still factor into your play. And I mean, I can see this one go into map number 3. It's happening right now. All Disrupt need to do is just lock out these last 2 minutes. And we get Villa for the decider. But what if that goes to Disrupt too? That would be some scary stuff for Oxygen, and it would say a lot about it.
Well, then they'd win if it went to them.
You know what? You're right, Parker.
No way we just saw a Mira run out onto Repel, and Reed just absolutely destroys Vertical. Vertical has been noticeably absent on this map. He put in a great showing with Laxing on Cafe, but all of his luck and energy went to Foxay instead, as Foxay just consumed the souls of his teammates. Because now we're in a position where, once again, this has happened 4 of the 5 rounds on attack for Oxygen. They have surrendered the opening pick with no trade, no draw, no intel. And it gets worse. There goes Slash. Oxygen are playing like a bunch of individuals. This is like I'm watching Ranked right now, Michael. It's solo queue all over again. They need to get it together because Oxygen are a team that, like I said, they battle consistency issues. They're not playing like a team right now. And they need to. They need to be droning each other in. They can't just be blindly checking corners and challenging fights. Look at Biologic. He's doing the same thing. And if Reed was paying attention, Bio loses that fight. What is going on with Oxygen right now? Are they just getting thwarted by the Mozzie and Mute time and time again? Because it doesn't look like that, at least from my vantage point.
I don't know either, Parker. It's been really rough, but what those kills and that series of events should signify to us is the end of this map, which will bring us to map number 3, but we're not done yet. Let's let these last 25 seconds speak for themselves. Biologic takedown shuttle, that's covered from above, dealt with. That's big. That allows for a plant. Laxing trying to plant. Foxay needs to cover this. He's losing his fight, though. And while he will win one, he will lose the other. Retro will get one before being downed and picking himself up. Foxay finished off by Nyx. It's all on Bio now to win a 1v2. But it's not going to happen. It's likely... There it is. The lockout from Nyx. DG take their first map in NAL, in US Division. And they will push us to map number 3.
Villa's on the docket. What an impressive performance from Disrupt. Man, oh man. I like I said, I cannot sing their praises enough. And there's the man of the hour himself. This must be a huge sigh of relief for him to settle that team down and get everybody back on the same page. But with that said, we've got a break ready. We're not going to waste any time to get into our 3rd map. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Jackie Jing, and I am with our analysts, Velly and Jesse. Y'all, I don't even know what to say. Skin violations. Like, what is going on there? But before we even get into that, Velly, you tweeted out roughly 15 minutes ago, if DG wins this map, I'm twerking on stream. So are we gonna see the twerk or what?
Fake news. Plus, I got too much jelly for everyone out there, so, you know, they're gonna have to pay for that. So we'll save it for next time. Next time, okay?
Boo. But you tweeted that out because you didn't think they were gonna pull it off.
I was hacked.
Like, you didn't put that out there. You were hacked. Okay.
Hacked.
All right, but yeah, I mean, skin violations. Jesse, what is happening here? What is happening?
Everybody should know the deal by now. Rules are rules. Things have changed a little bit. There's a lot of skins that you're not allowed to play. And not once, but twice, Nyx, broke those rules, and he costed his team. That just shouldn't be happening. Like, that's a huge blunder for your squad. This was announced weeks ago, so you should have gone in right then and changed every single operator skin. You had many days before the season started, and then you come into this one and like you have a long break right in between the two maps. You have a long break in the middle of map number 1 to change these skins. You should have the time to do so, but it happens again. I mean, once is fine. I think Kix put it really well. Once is fine, Snaxton, but second time it's like, come on, how does that happen? That's got to be so frustrating for Disrupt.
What is going through Nyx's head right now? I mean, before this match even started, we were like, he has so much to prove. He really wanted to come out and do really well against his old teammates, and he is getting roasted right now on Twitter. Velly, I mean, how does this happen? Where is his head at right now?
I don't know where his head is at. No, actually, I do know where his head is at. You know what?
Okay.
Nyx is gonna get slandered for a while now, okay? Because like Jesse said, that's unacceptable as a professional player, okay? Yeah, one time we get in an accident, second time, third time, it's like, okay, dude, like you gotta get it together. But you know what? Nyx, his head is in the right place right now. You know why? He never gave up. Ever since the first map, he never gave up, even after the first violation. He's still out there, he's still gunning, getting kills, closing rounds, clutching it up. I mean, what more could you ask for from a teammate outside of just wearing the right uniform? But I mean, let's face the facts. Disrupt beat Oxygen basically twice on console. They had an outstanding performance. This team, they're so good. And my biggest question is, if these violations never happened, how well would they have done even on the first map?
Yeah, I think you've got to give them credit. Like, they did look good all throughout Consulate, and before it happened, the first time. There was a tweet, I think by Troy, that like if Disrupt pulled this back, it'd be like the biggest, overcoming of a mental blockage in like R6 history or something like that. I mean, like that takes a lot, especially I think from a player like Nyx, who's known to be really emotional. I think this whole team, I think after that first map, you could think to be pretty emotional. And so to come back and make that happen and win the map regardless of basically like forfeiting 4 rounds over the course of 2 maps, that's big. There's a whole other map up, and I think for a long time people are going to be asking a lot of ifs about this series, but if they can pull it back, like, it looks possible. They're playing well right now, so maybe this all doesn't matter.
Okay, so we're moving into map 3 now. Talk to me about what Disrupt's mindset is. I mean, I can only imagine they are probably so shaken. How are they going to stay focused here? And if you're Oxygen, the pressure's kind of on you too now, right? Like, they really need to pull this off now. Like, this has to happen. They have to win now. How do you think both of these teams are feeling? Valley, I'm gonna start with you.
I think the pressure is on Oxygen. There is no pressure on Disrupt. Disrupt, they're pissed off right now. Nyx, I spoke to Nyx before this matchup, and I interviewed him, got a few talking points and whatnot, asked him about NJR, and I said, do you and Retro have a chip on your shoulder? He said, I can't speak for Retro, man, but I want to win this bad, and he hasn't ever given up. The rest of his team are playing lights out, and there's one player that's really standing out to me outside of Shuttle, one of the most underrated fraggers out there. I'm loving what I see from NJR. So, the biggest question for me, and Jesse, I mean, feel free to ring on about this. Foxay had a lights out game, and they still cannot get past that 4th round win. How much trouble are they going to be in on Villa if they can't wake up?
Yeah, I think that's a big problem. I think, Foxay had a lights out first half, I thought he was really putting up those numbers, and we thought, you know, this guy's gonna do some crazy things this game. But Fox has slowed down quite a bit on that map, and even the first map, I think they relied a lot on Laxing kind of popping off a little bit. Not that the rest of Oxygen played poorly, I would say, on Cafe. I would say there's some players that on console that you could look at and be like, well, okay, what do you do in this map? But really, like, as soon as Foxay slowed down, the team didn't really have anything. So it almost feels like the mental game is more of a bigger deal for Oxygen than it is for Disrupt, which is like, how does that even happen? I mean, Disrupt is supposed to be this emotional. They're a new team, young guys and Knicks, and they're known for, like, what? Not that I guess Oxygen's been known to be this super stable roster in the past mentally, but still, you wouldn't expect this story.
Okay, you've both made decent arguments for both sides. Who's winning, though? Who's winning? I'm putting you both in the hot seat. Who's taking
Jesse.
it? Oh, okay.
I don't know, man. I initially said Oxygen. I think I'm going to stick with my guns because I'm going to trust that their experience will pull them through. But they seriously need to change something because at the end of that last map, they didn't look like they could win the series.
Disrupt's on fire right now. They are heated up, man. Okay, all right. So that's what Jesse says. What about you, Valley?
You know what? Disrupt. They were up 2-1 before the first mistake, and then they lost that outright. They couldn't catch fire. The second map, we saw what they were really about when they're pissed off, okay? The third map got Knicks. While we're waiting to start that third map, please change the skins. If they don't have any type of errors and just go in there with a clear mindset, they have all the motivation on their side right now, momentum. Disrupt Gaming. They're going to win, Philip. I'm a believer.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And map 3. Next. You do not want to miss this. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Whew.
We're back with our very final map between these two teams in what's been one of the most peculiar games of Rainbow Six I've ever witnessed. And that's saying something because I watched an awful lot of Major and Six Invitational qualifiers. Oxygen versus Disrupt. Michael, we heard what the analysts had to say. What's your take on what we have witnessed over the two maps as we settle in for Villa to break this tie?
I mean, first of all, I agree with just about everything that Jesse and Veli are both saying. I think that, number one, this has been a huge problem
My hair
for Disrupt,
is
the skin violation.
a mess.
And the fact that they made it to map number 3 is huge. So really, you got to be impressed by Disrupt for that mental perseverance. And number 2, on the side of Oxygen, what's going on that's allowing them to slip up these rounds? I mean, some of these losses, yeah, they're Disrupt playing well, but a lot of other rounds, it's Oxygen playing poorly, having people off in the middle of nowhere trying to fight the opponent by themselves, no droning, no support, and it's really awkward to observe. But there's a lot of professionalism yet on Oxygen. There's a lot of talent there, and on a map like Villa, of all maps, I think this is somewhere Oxygen can thrive. Now, the reason I say that is because a lot of the attacks on this map are rather linear. Whether you're going to attack from Master onto Trophy, or from Study onto Aviator, or just clearing out from the opposite end of the building in each of those bomb sites, you're still going to get a lot of linear attacks there. And I think that's somewhere, when you don't have a lot of teamwork going on, that's somewhere where you can shine as a team. So, you know, because it kind of forces cohesion. It's like, if you're next to each other, you work together. Maybe that'll come through here. I'm not 100% sure. I'm hopeful. All I want from this is just to be a closer map than the previous two.
I can agree with that. I absolutely want to see a long, drawn-out fight between these two teams to give us the exclamation mark on the end of what is going to be going into the history books as one of the weirdest series that we've ever seen. And as a baseball fan who's from Toronto, there will be a select few of you that are currently watching this and may rewatch it that will very keenly remember a 7th inning between the Blue Jays and the Texas Rangers in which the game was played under protest. There were multiple errors committed and was one of the wildest innings we've ever seen of baseball ever. If Disrupt comes back and wins Villa, this game and this matchup will, to me, inhabit a very similar role to what we saw in that fabled, I believe it was the 2015 postseason. So, and that's just for the baseball fans in the crowd. You know, I miss baseball, Michael. I miss traditional sports, but at least we still have esports. Anyway.
Yeah, I think most people do, Parker. Don't feel bad, man. But yeah, this certainly for me as well will probably go down as, I don't know if, I want to say it's at least, yeah, no, it's the most present in my mind, the most wild match.
No, that's when Nick scraps on stage
as it stands right now, but I might be forgetting something.
So this one we get to land and Nix and Fox have a
rounds have been
fight.
playing out, the way that the match has been playing out, and the drama behind the match itself too. I mean, let's not forget that this is a match where you've got some old blood, Retro and Nix playing against their past teammates, recently past teammates. So, you know, there's a lot on the line here, not just in terms of where you're going to be in the standings, but where you're going to be in relation to the people that used to be shoulder to shoulder with you. And that's definitely going to be relevant in their overall careers as players. Slash hug, early kill, down goes Nix, and that's on a long angle, forced by the nade. Oh, it wasn't really forced by the nade. Nix just decided to peek it. Whoops, I guess. He must be thinking.
Well, the opening pick of the series, or at least of this map, will go towards Oxygen. And, well, they're going to be starting on attack, which is where things get real tough for them, because we know that Villa, like a map like Clubhouse, is extremely defender-sided. So losing an operator early on defense, not great. Losing Wamai of all operators early, also not great. But at least DG will be able to land a counterpunch. Comes 20 seconds later than they probably would have liked, but Vertical is down for the count. So you might lose the magnets of Wamai, but you lose the most potent operator to take care of them, which is Zofia on the attacking side of things.
Angle opened up. That's the key angle. That one right there is important because
oh
no, he ran the wrong way. Into the nade goes Reed, and he, speaking of baseball, is going for outfielder. Shuttle will get laxing, so there is a response. Even man count 3-3. And this is not going to be anyone's round just yet. But it's certainly looking better for Oxygen in terms of the hard destruction and utility play they've managed to pull out in this round. They've definitely got control over by Master, so they don't need to stress over that. NJR, though, I believe is playing by the Master door, or no, he's fallen back to the study, or rather, pardon me, the statue. That's going to be a much more safe position for him to play from. He can deny the plant in the bomb site while not exposing himself too much.
To have to try to fight against, because nobody is living past that shotgun. Nobody at all. It doesn't matter who you are. You're not making it out alive unless you swing and just happen to get the luckiest shot of your life. A member of Disrupt is also down below. The smoke is dead meat as there's Bio. He just subs out his weaponry and is ready and prepared for what comes next. It's Slash, though, who's able to take out NJR, who had a great game. And yeah, there he goes. Down for the count. My goodness, Oxygen just cleaning up in that round, and they have a great second half. Excellent for them.
Great first round there for the team, or for rather, excuse me, Oxygen. The execution coming into Statuary was key. The angle play was key. Winning those gunfights were key. Well played to them for managing that. It's not over yet, though. A big part of that was also Foxace's position in the hallway, where he wasn't just, whenever I was talking about that linear take in through Master, he wasn't just throwing his body into that. He was participating on an off angle, preventing rotation from Disrupt. That's key. So it locked up the rest of the defense. Now, moving forward from that, Disrupt are not entirely out of it. There were a couple key mistakes that led Disrupt to that failure in the end. A big part of it was Nyx's failure to control bathroom at the beginning of the round. He tried to rotate into the closet. I assume closet is where he wanted to be from the beginning. Whoops, he rotated a little too late. It's okay, he would have died to the nade anyway. No matter what, no matter how you look at it though, that early death really punished Disrupt.
I apologize to the audience. Apparently, my control room / broadcast mic was going out to all of you, so I'm sorry that you had to hear me talking about my hair. I would like everybody to know that I'm getting a haircut tomorrow.
Hey, congratulations on your haircut, Parker.
Thank you very much. Well, I mean, you're giving me a little bit... It's a little too early, but that's fine.
Oh, well, I mean, when you get to it. I think
when it gets there. But anyway.
I think the reason is because... well, no, never mind. I can explain that later. But the...
I don't know the tech behind it, but anyway. And regardless, thank you everybody for your message. Appreciated. Anywho.
Yeah, apparently it happened again.
We will surge onwards.
But anyway, kitchen defense and Disrupt holding on to that kitchen. They've got 2 anchors right now. They've got Reed and Retro holding on to the site. Well, they've got a very extensive roam play here. Trying their best to extend themselves outwards. Trying to lock up as much of the map as possible. Man, this really is going to go down in history as the wildest match of all time.
That was such a decisive round as well by Oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they took charge on a bomb site that we don't see teams play all that often anymore. You know, we've talked a lot about how Trophy isn't really in the same rotation because instead of going to Trophy Statuary, teams go to the bomb site that's directly below it, which is Kitchen, which is where we currently see Disrupt. They're actually not going over to Aviator at all. So this is much more standard, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't go here in the first place.
And we'll see how it pans out. Right now, nothing too crazy. The vertical destruction is going to work for Oxygen, though. They'll do a little bit of damage to Nyx. That's big. But nothing else comes of it just yet. We'll see if they can manage something more as they continue to play this round out. They've got plenty of time to do so. 1 whole minute to open up above the anchors and apply pressure. C4 expended, but luckily for Disrupt, it wasn't the pulses, which is typically the most useful. Laxing will get Retro. That's your smoke gone. Oh no, gas canisters eliminated. That's huge. Now that smoke was playing over by Memorial, and he could have delayed the push. Now it's all on Reed with a UMP. Not going to be easy. And his position was likely just given away. Oh, an aggressive play. And it works out for him. Vertical goes down, but he'll at least be refragged by Foxay, who I believe is holding from above. Nyx goes down as well. Oxygen lining up the kills one after another. It's all on NJR. He gets 1. 2 lit opponents, but he can't get a second. Laxing with the pre-fire, and Oxygen will take their second round. They're looking pretty formidable on Villa.
Now let's go all the way back to the very first map when we were talking about the size of a team's map pool. And for a new squad like Disrupt, I would say it's pretty obvious that their map pool's gonna be quite small and need some time to really grow from the fledgling couple maps that it is right now. So you look at Villa and you think to yourself, okay, Villa's quite a technical map. It's not an older map like Border. It's not an older map like Oregon where you can get away with playing really aggressively, and Conflict kind of fits that mold, so does Coastline. It is an exceedingly technical map. Cafe is to a certain extent as well. If Disrupt is really good at playing fast, loose, and aggressive, and you can have players like NJR really take off as he did on Consulate, then you can kind of mask your deficiencies in your map pool by the map playing a certain way rather than you playing on it a certain way. Villa is not that kind of map. And if there are issues that Disrupt has with coordination, if they're still working on strats, if their communication is still poor, it stands to reason that a map like Villa will not be a good map for them. And we can already see it through 2 rounds. There have been a bunch of mistakes committed by Disrupt. They've looked quite restless. Oxygen has been very comfortable with how they've taken control of that second floor, whether the bomb site is on the second floor or on the floor below. Oxygen hasn't forfeited any opening picks, similarly to the way that they did on Consulate, and they are playing a much more structured game. And this could end up deflating Disrupt after that remarkable comeback in the last map.
Certainly could. We'll see if it does. I think that they're going to remain restless, and they're going to keep trying to lash out, as he said. Keep trying to maintain that control. We saw that in the last round where they were all over the map, trying their best to exert their presence and win their respective gunfights. And I think that the fact that Oxygen are coming together as a team and playing, as a squad is working out really well for them, because even that aggressive play from Reed, right, onto the main stairs, or rather the red stairs, that aggressive play got shut down because of the teamwork, because of Fox's awareness and ability to deny the rotation back into Memorial. That's great. That's teamwork. That's proximity. That's cohesion. That's what was lacking for Oxygen in previous maps. And that shining forward, I think, is a big determining factor in the outcome of these rounds. Now, the setup is once again Kitchen. And Oxygen, once again, have top floor control, but not all of it yet. They've still got to deal with NJR and Nyx. Nyx will drop, almost loses his life, does not deal any damage. Is NJR still up here is the question. I think he's fallen back as well. Yep, everybody has. Disrupt off the top floor. They delayed for half of the round. That's solid for a top floor roam, but no kills for them, and they did lose a lot of HP as well. Although, Slash does also lose some HP of his own elsewhere.
So, these rounds have been going very quick on Villa, honestly, Michael. As there's a kill from Shuttle, takes out Fox A, immediately refragged, but still, this is going to leave the teams at even. So nothing is really put either of them at a disadvantage. Nyx low on HP, he's going to play downstairs. The basement, a seldom used part of this map, but excellent for late rotates. And if there's no dedicated flank watch on OXG, then Nyx might be able to get away with this. But it appears that Laxing actually might be quick on the draw. There's Retro to take out Slash. This could be Disrupt's very first round on Villa, and by goodness, they need it given how favorable this map is to the defense. They'll sit pat for the time being, as it looks like a call has been made from Oxygen to try from another angle. Laxing now inside a mudroom. He'll be right at the kitchen door. He can head in at some point, but he's got barbed wire in front of him. Nyx once again roaming downstairs. He's going to try to recover as best as he can, but Oxygen is stalling right now. All Disrupt needs to do is just wait. It's just a perfect scenario for them. Vertical down, finished off by Retro. Nyx is in on it. There you go. The flank works out. A swing from Laxing, but he's got 5 seconds to find the 3 remaining members of Disrupt, and he's not getting past that shotgun blast of Nyx at all, sitting on the diffuser. The first round on Villa goes in favor of Disrupt. It's the 3rd round in total.
You can see Nyx was unsure where the push was actually coming from until the bitter end of that push. Well, the one thing that shines through for me in that round for Disrupt is their patience. It has finally shown its face as they got control of that diffuser and waited out the round. They were like, okay, you know what? We could play off of this. That's fine. No big deal. We don't need to get so aggressive. We don't need to go for those plays. And the vertical pressure was not as substantial as I would have imagined it could have been. So partially that reflects poorly on Oxygen, but mostly I just got to give credit for Disrupt for finding places to stay alive away from that pressure. And also for delaying the round as much as they did on the top floor. I'm sure most of you probably noticed. That round came down to the dying seconds. And a big part of that is because half the round was expended by Oxygen trying to clear the top floor. Now this is interesting. We're going to go to a living room library defense. You don't see that very often. And I mean, that's neat. It's cool to have it be brought out here rather. I'm curious to see how Disrupt are going to set this up. I wonder if they're going to use some of the top-down setups that we've seen on this site before. There are some really nasty angles you can get from the gun vault, for example, and it looks like we will have that top-down setup. Speak of the devil. Angles being opened up. That's actually the exact angle I was talking about just now. Basically, that's going to give you control over the bike hallway, which is just in front, where you see that reinforced doorway. And even more angles being opened up, which will give you control over the entryway on the northeast side of the living room. That's a nice setup there from Disrupt. It's one we've seen used before, and it's one that, while has been used before, is not used very often. And I'm excited to see exactly how it will be in this round.
This is so cheesy, Michael. Just so unbelievably cheesy what we saw out of Nyx. And he's got mute jammers there as well to aid him. So this is... oh my goodness gracious. Imagine trying to drone this out. You got a Vigil playing in there with his ability able to activate whenever he wants with mute jammers surrounding him. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's going to be a pain. I mean, at the very least, Oxygen does have a Jackal, which is going to help, but it's not a problem solver in this situation. The roam is
that. I was going to say, here's that downstairs yet again.
Mm-hmm.
And NJR, who's been, I think he's honestly been getting better as it went on. Cafe was a bad map for basically everybody on Disrupt, but now he's honestly came into his own on Consulate. Now on Villa, he's looked quite confident. I mean, Disrupt still, they're not in the lead, but they've had some close rounds. First round was kind of a blowout. Fine.
He's been, I think, doing really well, but he's going to be eliminated by Vertical. Okay. He
was doing well.
He was doing well, yeah. He's not going to have a chance this round, though. He'll be taken out without even noticing it. So, well done to Vertical. I wonder if he heard him or what happened there. I don't think it was a drone, but whatever it was, Vertical gets it. Now, you talked about Vertical on map number 2 really not showing up, and, well, he didn't, which is not normal for Vertical. I mean, it's uncharacteristic of him. He is typically a large presence for his team, and he's doing a little bit better here in Villa.
This is just such a greasy angle from Nyx, but I fear he just gave himself away a little too early. Pulls the trigger before they were ready. Still multiple defenders lined up for that K1A as Vigil's playing prone.
What?
That's an untimely team kill from Slash, but Disrupt claims the scoreboard and will continue to grow, leaving Nyx upstairs isolated, but they don't really need him to get to the fight because it's Vertical to toil with 4 members of DG. He sustains a little bit of damage to Shuttle. Is Nyx going to prop on up? No. There was a Maestro cam there from Reed that could possibly have Vertical on candid camera as he now enters Aviator. He's got 30 seconds. He knows that Nyx is in there. The Vigil just needs to be really patient. Vertical sees the gun for just a second. Goodbye to Nyx. He now has upstairs control, but Vertical will need to get back down and pick up the diffuser. Almost impossible to do with 15 seconds and plenty of barbed wire in its way. I think Vertical knows how foolish this may be, and, well, that should be the round for Disrupt, barring something totally crazy. Every door and window barricaded, and it's a million miles from salvation. It's Disrupt's round, and they'll tie it up. This Villa, it's not going to be as one-sided as we had originally thought.
Good to see that, personally. A nice setup there on the top floor from Disrupt. You really got to appreciate how important that was to the round outcome, though. I got to talk about, for a second, the heck was Oxygen doing? How did that team kill even happen? What was that? That's really disheartening to see if you're an Oxygen fan, and I have to imagine it's going to work against them mentally, especially mentally, because they already lost a map where they got 2 rounds taken off the board that had already been won by their opponent, and that's got to be demoralizing. Then you go into this map, and you start off well, but suddenly things are starting to take a shift here. The Disrupt are starting to put up a pretty amazing performance, all things considered. Their setups are really thorough, really well thought out. Their holds are just as much so. And that last round with the team kill, I mean, how much more is Oxygen going to get kicked while they're down? That's the question. And I mean, in that last round, it was them doing the kicking. We'll find out, I guess. But what we do know is at least we're going to be going to Trophy. See how that one pans out for Disrupt. I've been impressed by Disrupt's ability to win on off sites. Again, that living room library, that's a really odd site to hold. And not many teams are capable of doing it as proficiently as we just saw Disrupt do. Or at least they haven't displayed that proficiency in live competition or in a good long while.
I feel like the last time I saw a really competent and consistent living room library play was when it was, I want to say, Rise Nation, and I can't remember who their opponents were, but that was so long ago that we saw teams go to that bomb site. You know, where I'm used to seeing Aviator and I'm used to seeing Kitchen, as I touched on earlier. So
yeah,
it is a weird site rotation, but I mean, we've kind of been seeing that through these 2 maps so far, right? Cafe, we only saw Cocktail a small period of time. Teams just not going there. It was something we saw at the 6 Invitational. It's kind of carried on till now. Consulate, we didn't see much of that top floor. In fact, we actually didn't see it at all because the only time it was played, it got undone. after the rehost. So things are obviously changing here, and I like to see this innovation from teams.
Yeah, I like to see this innovation too, and I think it's partially due to the fact that Siege has evolved a lot as a game, and teams have evolved along with it. And the more complex it gets, and the more tired certain sites get, the more you have to create new things and really change up your own personal team's meta. So we're seeing a little bit of that, not only today, but we'll be seeing that, I think, throughout competition across all the regions. Now, it's an attempt to open up the wall into Aviator. Now, the reason you open Aviator is because it's easier to isolate than the A bomb site, which is a pretty hard bomb site to really lock down as an attacker, given the bar cover. This double angle opened up. That's going to nullify the shield. Well, not fully nullify it, but make it a lot less useful for Retro. He can still get a long angle onto the studied door from the gun vault through the shield. It's just not as powerful as it could be.
Once again, in keeping with these quick rounds, we're at a minute now, and just the plodding pace that's being set by the attacking side. Oxygen were much quicker on the first 2 rounds, but have ground to a halt over rounds 3 and 4 as Disrupt looks to ride out this tidal wave that's going to crash onto the bomb site. And it might not be crashing, It might actually be the tide just coming in ever so slightly. But no, the C4 will get slashed. This time he beats the clock. Finally, 3rd time's a charm. Oxygen there to clean up. Who from Disrupt can get on in to try and stop this? It's all Laxing, all down the board. Read the body shot machine. He's not even hitting the body on that one. Laxing, what an incredible round from him. Is that a 4K on the board for Laxing? Proving his worth, and the lead will go back in favor of Oxygen.
Whatever it was, he was a large contributor to the absolute grinder that happened inside of Aviator. And yeah, a big part of that is Slash beating the clock, as you said, Parker, and managing to get that diffuser planted just barely in the nick of time. Well done to Oxygen. That's going to at least leave them even for the first half, which is big. It wasn't a guaranteed result, and having them be even, I think, is going to make them much more comfortable when they transition to the second half. Even if this ends 3-3, Oxygen have got to be breathing clear. Now it'll go to Trophy for the last defense here for Disrupt. You know, I'm curious why Oxygen decided to go for a plant strategy like that. I know they opened up the wall, but that just seemed so risky. And the thing that gets me the most about it is that Disrupt reacted like, I don't know, 5 seconds too late, which is a long time at this level of play. That is delayed reactions to the max. So it just that round played out in such an odd way for Disrupt and Oxygen both. And obviously Oxygen gets the upper hand of that, but I'm wondering what was going on with Disrupt. What were they thinking?
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine on that one.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. This has been a very fascinating, almost puzzling matchup that we've been watching. And I said earlier on, you know, before the hot mics and me talking about my aesthetic and my hair, of course.
Your hair looks great, Parker.
You don't even... Anyway. Thanks. Thanks. I feel like you complimenting somebody's hair is the greatest compliment that anybody can achieve, right?
Aw.
You know... Michael, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Somebody posed a question to me. They said the most pressing question right now in professional Rainbow Six is who has the nicer hair, Kickstar or Jackie Jing? And I got to say, Jackie's got some nice hair, but nobody beats Michael Stockley.
Oh, no. I love Jackie's hair. It's wonderful. I wish I had curls like that. Laxing will take down Reed. That's a good pick early on. Look at this position from Laxing. I guess you just rappel on and you get on the thing, and there you are. But... well, it's working out great as he cut off the rotation from the bathroom and managed to get 1 kill.
They're just going to persist. Once again, I mean, this round hasn't felt quite as quick as the other ones, and there has been some action with Reed going down. The castle is not particularly detrimental. You've still got an abundance of good operators up, and they're going to be able to just wear away at the time. You've still got your smokes. You've got 1 nitro cell. That's about as good as you could ask for on this final defense for Disrupt. The problem for DG is that on Villa, you want to be emerging from your defensive half with at least 4 rounds. They're not going to get that. The best they can get is 3. That's a troubling spot to be in. But with the way today's going, maybe Villa is just all of a sudden an attacker-sided map. We'll find out.
It certainly could be that. I think the way that the performances have been coming out for both these teams, it really is just coming down to their individual round. I'm going to claim that it's a lot to do with the individual rounds and just the wacky things that are happening inside of them. What an angle. I think that's an Astro. I want to say under the stairs. Yeah, it looks like it. Jeez. All right, then. Retro, I see you. That's nuts. Teaching all of the ranked players where to look to hold the staircase. Nade will miss Retro, and his position might be known, but he's definitely not going to be felled by the throwables. Oxygen setting up to push their way into Astro. I really wonder if they do know about Retro. It doesn't look like they're looking his way. He'll get one, not the second. Shotgun comes out, misses one shot. There goes the rest of the kills, though, for Disrupt. The failed clear in Astro will result in a complete sweep. Biologic trying his best to fight back as he gets shuttle. Now, in Astro, he'll be spotted finally. It's all on Bio, though, to get 2 more kills. He'll have to get a 4K. It's not looking likely, and there he goes. Finished off by NJR. Disrupt take yet another round. And as forecasted, that first half will end 3-3.
Come on, you know with the way this match has been playing, we're not going to have a lopsided one to finish this off, right? There's no way.
Of course not, Parker.
There's no way. As the prophecy foretold, up till this point, one of the craziest series that we've seen. And hey, I mean, welcome to the show, DG. It's surely a memorable one so far. But I got to be fuming if I'm Oxygen. You're basically gifted a do-over in Consulate. You're gifted a do-over on Cafe. You make it work. Things go really well. You storm out to a 7-1 advantage on map number 1. Map number 2, well, it's Consulate. Okay, it's Oxygen's pick. This is a home run. All you need to do is just play the siege that you know you are capable of playing on Consulate. And you've played good siege on Consulate against great foes internationally and in your own region. But DG gets the better of you. And just as you think you're about to lose, you get gifted another opportunity and you choke that one as well. And DG wins. And it's really remarkable. DG wins 5 rounds in a row to take your map away from you. Now you go to Villa. It's a very strategic map. It's not one that you can just wing. And what ends up happening? You end up, at this point, halfway through, sure, you were on defense. You didn't win your defense. That's obviously not ideal. But you are still keeping pace with a team that is supposedly significantly better than you. And as many people had written off Disrupt as they have, this is beating expectations already. If DG can pick up 1 or 2 rounds right now, right here, that might be enough to tip them over OXG for the remainder of this match.
I think a lot is going to come down to these early defense rounds for Oxygen. Footprint detected and scanned. Lesion now stuck downstairs. Actually, no, going to rotate all the way upstairs now. I was going to say stuck downstairs because I thought he was in a corner where there was no staircase, but Biologic's smarter than that. He'll keep himself attached to a staircase and just distract his opponent. Good positioning there, and a wasted charge from Jackal, essentially. Laxing also covering his teammate to try and bait. That's smart. I love that. The last mark was at the top of those staircases, and if anyone had pushed up, then they would have died to Laxing. Nothing there, though. Jackal just going for an opportunity, not seeing one. The attack now will shift to a top floor clear, because this is a kitchen defense to start things off in the second half. Disrupt need to start applying some vertical pressure. They do have a sledge, and they might have breaching charges. I didn't quite catch it. Whatever the case, they're going to have soft destruction to open up from above. They do not have breaching charges, so a lot of pressure on Nyx here. If he dies, this will be a pretty bad round for Disrupt.
We heard one of the Goyo shields go off just by the bathroom, so that's something obviously that you no longer really need to worry about. One of those explosives from the Zofia finds its target, and that's great. You want to take out those shields as best as you can, but were you just baited into a trap? Because Laxing manages to obliterate Shuttle before a trade-off comes in from Nyx onto Vertical. Honestly, you can't put too much of a microscope, or you can't put certain players under too much of a microscope, but Vertical going quiet over the last 2 maps has obviously really hurt OXG's chances. And it's not like the usual, oh, he's getting shut down. He's just having an off game. At least you've got Laxing and Foxay showing up on map number 1, or rather Vertical showed up on map number 1, Foxay on map number 2, and now you've got Foxay on the board here on map number 3 with a nitro cell of his own. Both kills from Oxygen have come so far through these explosives in hand. A frag grenade goes down, but it gets caught by an ADS. A bit of frustration likely on the end of Nyx, as now he's out of explosive ordnance and will need to regroup with the rest of his team for the showdown that will be the remainder of this round. 35 seconds left on the clock. The good news for Disrupt is they can go onto drone and try to figure out the location of the remaining members of OXG. And while getting droned in, that's precisely what Retro does. Goodbye to Slashug. And now a 3v3 with 20 seconds left. But retreating to the basement is Foxay. He's got the cardiac sensor and a reinforcement in front of him, so he should be able to play it safe unless Retro decides to get really aggressive. Nick's going for the plant, but is he getting covered properly? The answer? Yes. Foxay comes on up. He can outduel Retro this time around. Former teammates. Well, it's Retro who has the upper hand. Laxing with 2 huge kills with the TCSG. And there you go. Bio gets in on the fun, and he's the last man standing. He'll have no problem getting that diffuser. It's an all-out brawl with OXG coming out on top. And Bio having plenty of time. Oxygen will take the lead and win their very first round on defense.
Laxing. I feel like we've been saying his name a lot through this series, but he's really earning it. I mean, wow. Biologic, great job being in the last one alive and really locking that up, getting that final kill, winning that 1v1. But Laxing giving his team the opportunity, those 2 kills in the bomb site, that was huge. That really opened the avenue for Bio to walk in and just steal away that round from Disrupt. Impressive stuff. Oxygen, 4-3, and it's the right people in the right time in the right place and all that working out for Oxygen. And while, yeah, okay, Vertical hasn't been having a good map here, and he even didn't have a good map number 2. You expect him to be doing better. At the same time, he's going even. And you've got players like Laxing who are really showing up when it matters most. And that's the beauty of a good team there. That's when you have enough players where if your star is not shining, someone else can step in and fill that void. Disrupt, though, I mean, much the same story, much more even split, though, actually. Not the same story, very different, actually. I think the star of the show for Disrupt has actually been their teamwork. Their ability to work with each other. I mean, that last round's a good example. What did they do in that last round? They managed to get the plant in a scenario that, I don't know, there was a lot of opportunities for the cover to be bad. You made note of it in the shoutcasting. The cover could have lost that round for Disrupt because they were trying to plant with enemies right next to them. Not so. And that's good coverage, that's good teamwork. And I think that's what Disrupt have really been showing us through this series.
I really like the way that Retro and Nyx work together too.
Yeah.
I noted that with, 30 seconds left, 40 seconds left, Nyx goes on to drone and guides Retro in. Retro gets a pick, then Nyx goes for the plant. Retro covers pantry, manages to take out Foxay and tries to swing on Laxing, but Laxing is just so much better, and people have been complaining about how nerfed and ineffective the TCSG may be, but Laxing makes it look like it's in fine form. So with that said, Oxygen takes the lead, and they really just need to kind of take a deep breath because they are a team that has a lot of experience and they are seemingly flustered. And you can see it in small things that they do, the way that they entry, the gunfights they're taking, how they're getting impatient with the steps that they need to follow. And that is an issue. So take your time. For DG, try to push them into making mistakes. This is a perfect example of it. NJR just needs to hold this angle against Slash. Slash has great mechanical aim, don't get me wrong. But he's getting harassed down by 90, and if he decides to peek, NJR almost certainly wins that fight, just as he wins it against Vertical. And unfortunate timing for OXG. Slash still in that position over by 90, but he's going to be isolated as Reed manages to find Bio. Foxay with 1, Slash finally taken out as another comes in for Reed, and Oxygen is in major trouble. Laxing down now to NJR as Foxay will guard over Hunting Vault. He takes out NJR. He has an opening towards 90. He'll look towards Classical Hall, find nobody. Ping's coming in over towards the bomb site. As we can see, it's Trophy Statuary. So what do you do if you're Foxay? Impact the hatch and go for the flank. But I'm almost certain somebody from Disrupt is going to be watching Astro Stairs. Hitting the barbed wire as Foxay heads up to the top, and there you have it. It's tie game yet again. Retro, he's getting the upper hand over Foxay. Foxay can type in chat, but Retro is letting all of the talking happen on the battlefield. 4-4 for both teams.
This constant back and forth will continue. Nice try there from Fox, but really, I mean, the rest of Oxygen just falling by the wayside. Disrupt, 1 kill after another. NJR starting things off boldly by the main stairs. An attempted flank really not working out great for Oxygen. Overall, that last round was almost entirely Disrupt. If it weren't for Fox A, it would have been entirely Disrupt. Well played to the attack there. And it looks like, I believe we're going to trophy again. Now, the thing that ended up losing the round for Oxygen, in my mind, is the way that they spread their forces. They had a setup over by Games Room, and they had a setup on the bomb site itself. Now, the reason why that was so problematic is because of the way that it was countered by Disrupt. They put the players in the right places at the right times, and they won their 1v1s. They won their 50-50s. That's the key. It looked like a complete sweep because it was a complete sweep, but it was a complete sweep as a result of those 1v1s. It was a direct confrontation on all fronts by Disrupt.
Right. Right. That makes a ton of sense. And so much of this has come down to 1v1s. You've got a very aggressive team like Oxygen. They like to take their fights. They're a team that in the past has eschewed going with utility-heavy operators. You know, they run operators with great guns that can take engagements and play around that aggressiveness. It's a perfectly valid strategy. And oftentimes they will mix it with gadgetry, either the primary gadget or whatever the secondary gadget may be, C4s, frag grenades, impacts, etc. In this particular instance, I honestly think DG wants them to play aggressively because this, like I said, going back, a structured style of Rainbow Six Siege really benefits Oxygen because they have more experience. But with that said, DG is showing that they're decently structured as well. They are not performing as poorly in terms of strats on Villa as I had thought that they may. And that goes to show you that these boys here on DG have really put in a lot of effort to ensure that they're competitive against one of the teams that is considered a top 4 NA team of Oxygen.
You know, one thing I also have to commend both of these teams on is that we've been playing for, well, not straight playing, but we've been going for a long time. I think about 4 hours. So these guys have really been in it, and their ability to continue playing as they are right now really shows a lot of fortitude. And as we get closer and closer to the end of this match, you're going to see both of these teams really tested to the max. Because a best of 3 lasting as long as this one has is really uncommon.
There's a smoke inside of the closet with Biologic just trying to get away from the toxic canister thrown by Slash. A bit of team damage done, but it's not the end of the world. There's a run out. Nyx takes out NJR and then Foxay as well. So it was Nyx trying to fell the UMP as the castle burst through the window. He still ends up getting what he wanted, but he costs his teammate his life in the process. The good news is that it's just a Jackal. The bad news is that it's NJR, who's been quite strong so far this match.
I believe the lifeline was just missed there, and because of that, Biologic's position might be unknown right now. I'm pretty sure they're aware of where he is, but either way, he's going to be in a position to hold out this closet. He will get Shuttle, who vaults in, and he'll get another under Reed, who also vaults in. Slash is there to cover, and this 2-man hold is working out great for Oxygen. Looks like we're going to have a 5-4 here, and Retro is just... well, he's got a minute to work with, so he can, I guess, do whatever he wants to do. I'm not really sure what that is. Maybe he wants to go down to bottom red. I'm guessing that's the plan. No matter how you look at that, though, it's a really strong hold in Master, specifically by the closet, for Oxygen that will result in their ability to push this to 5-4. Retro will look for any opportunity that he's presented with, but he probably won't be given many. And that Gujmat should seal his fate, as it has been called out by the Ela. Will peek, lose a little bit of HP. Minor exchange there. Jaeger holding the angle. Oh no, that's a bad miss from Retro, but it shouldn't matter in the long run anyway. Maybe just hitting his confidence a little bit in the short run. There's the final kill though. Laxing cleans it up, and Oxygen take yet another round. Again, a great hold by Closet.
This is what Oxygen needs to do, which is just stay pat when you know that you've got an advantage. Yes, Foxay can take gambles by breaking out of the windows, and you can try to go for a trade quite easily. Nyx gets Foxay, but by that point, you've already surrendered your smokes. You've surrendered a good gun, and you've surrendered a hot hand that Disrupt has, which is NJR. The rest of Disrupt just kind of fell apart in the interim. In the mid-round, really, they just... I don't know if NJR was crucial for finding the off-site play of Oxygen. That's what he's been doing so far. It's what Jackal's designed to do, so hey, that's likely his role. But through the remaining 30 seconds after that first pick, is when DG just totally fell apart. They failed to breach into Closet. They couldn't gain any footing in Bathroom. They totally lost any chance of getting map control of Master, and then things unraveled from there. And you know that on Trophy and Statuary, if you can't get a hold of Master, you are in significant trouble. Some teams will play below, some teams will play inside a Closet and can't be shaken out. Some will just simply try to hold Astro and Bathroom and maybe give you one part of that map. Oxygen just beat them in every single gunfight. And once again, a lot of it 50-50s. And we're going to keep bringing those up as we keep seeing them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing too, right? Because you're not used to it. I mean, you might be if you play ranked a lot, but what I mean is these players aren't used to it. We, as viewers of this level of play, shouldn't be used to it. It's a bit odd. It is giving us some pretty exciting gameplay, though. The back and forth continues. I wonder if Disrupt is going to push this to 5, and we'll have the 5-5. Seems likely. There goes.
I want it.
You want it?
I want this map to go to overtime. That's what I want.
Yeah, me too.
I want to write the wildest story in at least, well, I mean, right now it will be in US Division history, but I want to set a high water mark for US Division that takes tons of time for teams to be able to one-up. And right now, this match is definitely heading in that direction. I want to see an all-out slugfest go into OT between these two teams.
I certainly would like that as well, Parker, and we are in line for that. As it stands, could you imagine if somebody brought a band uniform right now?
I honestly think at this point, with the way 2020 is going, the Earth would just collapse in on itself. So,
Nyx, please.
That would be it.
Nyx.
That would be it. The world would just end at that point.
Don't do it to us.
It's been, honestly, this match has been so wild to watch, and Disrupt really sticking it to Oxygen here on Villa, at least being as close as they are, just leads me to believe that this will continue. But the one thing that is going in favor of Oxygen, they're on defense. This is Villa, and they've won 2 of their 3 rounds. They're now defending over on Aviator. This is the standard starting bomb site for most teams, though Kitchen is starting to grow as well. This shouldn't be a defensive loss, which means that it's match point for Oxygen, and, well, we see Disrupt find themselves staring down match point. But, I mean, there's no way you could have predicted anything that's happened in this game so far, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse.
Look at all the time that's being wasted here by that one shield in the hallway. Foxay also gets a kill into Nyx. That's huge. The nade thrower eliminated, and yeah, they got through the magnets. They got the shield, but they lost Nyx in the process. That is not a good trade. And all that time expended, all that utility as well. An abundance of tools that could have been used elsewhere. Luckily for Disrupt, they still have smoke grenades, and so they can cut off the line of sight for B. Speaking of gas canisters, though, Smoke also has his. He's got 2 more, and in the last 40 seconds, that should be enough to lock out this round, though we'll have to find out when we find out. As we're coming up against the end of the round, the execution must come out from Disrupt. Good kill there from Shuttle, but Vertical will get an answer back onto Retro, playing by the main stairs. He's going to be able to control the west hallway from there. The push into the site has worked out somewhat, but there's no plant going down, and we're running out of time. Reed really needs to go for it, but he's worried about the gas canisters. He'll die to the shotgun from Biologic, leaving just NJR, who gets his first kill. But he'll need to find 3 more in 6 seconds. Doesn't seem likely, 2 seconds each, and there's the shotgun from Slash to lock up the round. Oxygen will push this to match point.
A lot of that round really boiled down to the struggles to get your hard breach going. Once that shield was discovered inside of Classical Hallway, and you had 3 members of DG all bunched up over by 90, I don't know why they didn't decide to rotate 2 different players over towards Study. Now, I get it. There was, as you pointed out, at that point, there'd been so much time that was wasted by that one shield alone. But you still had over a minute left on the clock to rappel up onto the roof, swap over to Study, and then put people in place. That's where you saw the denial. It was on the Study walls. But there's a Thatcher in play. I know that sounds crazy because he's usually banned, but with Capitao and Ash being the 2 that are the 2 attackers not available right now, you have every opportunity to utilize a Thatcher to be able to get those walls open. But DG is only running with a Hibana. They're not bringing a Maverick, they're not bringing a Thermite, and Hard Breach is seemingly falling by the wayside. Now, we've seen crazy Villa plays before where teams won't even run a Hard Breacher. Liquid loves to do this. They've done it in Latin America a number of times where they'll just run fragging operators and they'll forfeit a hard breach. FaZe has done it before by subbing in a Finca in place of a hard breach. But DG didn't play that way. They played around the hard breach, being able to open up that part of 90, being able to possibly go in from Gun Vault, and they weren't able to get it going. They weren't able to put any resources over towards Study. They attacked mostly single line, which allowed NJR to just stay on the classical hallway stairs, main stairs. He had control of Study when he realized that nobody was pushing from that direction, and then could also assist by catching over towards the master door and playing all the way towards classical hallway down to 90 as well. It was a great spot for NJR to be in, but it was a poor read from Disrupt to know that they could have split their forces at that point to try and shake loose the defense of Oxygen. Instead, OXG just sat and literally waited. They lost the classical hall player. They managed to get a kill, though, at that same time, then lose the shield, and that's a big win, as you pointed out, for Oxygen. And they just waited for the clock to come, and everybody on DG to filter in through the doorways and gun them down. That's really how that entire round played out. And now, with that said, everything is going in favor of Oxygen as they now go down to Kitchen. They won it last time. This is the full rotation here now as they're going back, and this could possibly be the game for them, and with it, the series.
Laxing having such a great individual performance, but overall, Oxygen have been playing very well. You really got to give a hand to them for that. Once again, this happens. NJR comes into the bottom floor, scans a foot, and I'm assuming he's going to walk out again, but I didn't quite see. No, it looks like he wants to get control of Pantry. Slash will get Nyx, who has decided to throw his way into Laundry. And now he's dead. Fox A has detected these players pushing into the Pantry, and he's going to call that out to his team as well as just challenge directly. Ree gets one, though, and NJR another. Disrupt, putting kills on the board, trying to avoid that match point. This is definitely a good position for Disrupt, considering they have Pantry control and a man advantage, but NJR will die very easily in his next gunfight.
Any single gun is going to take him out in one shot. It might even be low enough that the SMG-11 is able to do that, but it doesn't really matter because at least he's got a good supporting cast, one of which happens to be Reed. And it leaves Slash and Bio as they are doubled up on now by Disrupt. Things will go from bad to worse as NJR finds yet another kill as he takes down Bio, and then another two. Good for NJR and a great round from Disrupt as they look to try to push overtime. We'll head into the 12th and final round of regulation between these two teams on map number 3. We are not quite done yet.
Yeah, going all the way if one more round gets picked up by Disrupt. But man, oh man, you gotta be impressed by NJR's ability to win those gunfights. And great awareness from Reed inside a Memorial to cut off the rotation of Laxing, who has been the player for Oxygen through this match. That control on site was exceptional, and the real reason it worked is because of the elaborate roam setup that Oxygen was bringing to that round. You can see clearly they wanted to have their hands on every part of the map. They wanted to have as much control as was possible, and it just wasn't working. Why? Disrupt figured out what was going on, said, okay, let's just hit the site, and well, that's what happened. They hit the site, they took the site, they held the site, they won on the kills. Well done to Disrupt. Oxygen are going to go to Trophy for their next site in an attempt to lock this one out. It is extremely demoralizing when you are the team on match point, inches away from ending a best of 3 that has lasted 4 hours, and then you let it get to OT on the last map. If that
who's counting?
Who's counting? Right.
Who's counting
right
at this point?
I guess
this is history being made here between us, and I'm glad that we get to witness it, and it's a tough act to follow when Dark Zero and the Sonics play in roughly 3 days' time. So,
Oh, there's yes. But as I was saying, if Oxygen let this get to OT, it's going to be really uncomfortable for them. I would imagine. They really, if I'm Oxygen right now, I'm thinking to myself, I want to end this. I need to end this. Let's end this. We'll see if they can manage that.
Because of course a professional caliber team, Michael, isn't saying, you know what, let's roll the die on overtime, right?
Come on, Parker, you know what I mean.
You think Fox A is just sitting there being like, you know what, guys, let's give them a good show. Let's just throw the rounds.
Everyone go for knives. Let's get it to OT.
Yeah. To be fair, I did honestly think that previous round was going to go in favor of OXG because it seemed to be a rush strat from Disrupt, which is a huge risk to take when you've got this much on the line.
Yeah.
Imagine Disrupt with the expectations set where they are. A team that a lot of people had just totally written off and were thinking, okay, it'll be a 2-0. Let's get ready for the DZ Sonics game. DG winning this matchup was something that very few people believed was possible. And it, for a period of time, it didn't just feel possible. It felt like it might even be probable. DG are possibly a minute and a half away from being able to go to overtime, at which point DG will be attacking twice. Now, that's a problem because you're going to want defense more often than not. With that said, there's just over a minute left. Will Oxygen get restless? Because right now, nobody is giving an inch. There's great patience here. Disrupt, while a relatively new team together, are full of veterans. They know what is on the line. And the youngest member will get taken out, but not before he's able to remove Slash. And that's the mute. That's huge. That's a Nitro Cell, and the only Nitro Cell, and the only denial that's off the board. 45 seconds left, and you see another explosion go off. Nyx took some damage through that soft wall as Fox 8 returned fire by the statue. He's still doing so as there's pings aiding him. In the corner, 2 impacts will go in, but they don't do enough damage, not at all. Fox 8 lower on HP as Vertical gets 1. He's prone on the floor, awaiting the next member of DG. This is a trap set up for Disrupt, and it's very unlikely that they'll be able to get out alive. Tough going for Shuttle as he doesn't know his next move. Miles away is Retro. He's trapped outside on the balcony. And right now, the greater enemy for Disrupt is the clock. 10 seconds left. Down goes Retro. Only 2 left for Oxygen. Will they manage to survive this scare? It's a 3v1. All that's left is Shuttle. He gets 2 big kills. 1 second left. But he's not gonna find Vertical in time at the final second. That's the Jaeger with the kill, and with it, Oxygen takes the series 2-1. Man, that's close. Goodness, what a hell of a match between these two teams.
I thought he had it for a second there. That was incredible. What a nice try, but he just couldn't make it in the end. Oxygen takes the series. As long as it was, as arduous as it was, they managed it in the end, and man, you gotta be impressed by that comeback performance.
I believed it was happening. I honestly thought that Shuttle had that one in the bag. He comes around the court. I was like, there's no way that Shuttle doesn't get this kill and push us to overtime. It has to be. It has to be. But no, unfortunately, it falls just short. But still, what an incredible, unpredictable matchup and a mighty fine debut, if I don't say, from Disrupt. With that said, thank you so much for tuning in to Michael and I. You're in capable hands with Stokes and Blue. For the next matchup, we're going to go to a quick break before we get things started with our second matchup of the day.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with our analysts, Jesse and Veli. Gentlemen, 4-hour series. That is one for the history books. We're emotionally drained. I can only imagine how those teams feel. But map 3, no skin violations, but a lot of creative strategies there. We actually did see some pretty impressive play. Jesse, we were talking about that during the break. Why don't you take it away there?
Yeah, I thought the round 4 hold coming out from Disrupt Gaming on Living Room Library was really interesting. They created a lot of new angles that I don't think we've really seen before. Playing a lot of upstairs, right, with the Vigil roaming quite a bit as well. I really did enjoy it, and I think that's something, Living Room Library is not a site that people play very much. Villa's kind of been going through this interesting meta shift. People are going quite away from trophy statuary, but there was a lot of that played today. So it's tough to say really what Villa looks like as a meta, and we saw some really interesting stuff. I'm just glad that we're finally seeing some Living Room Library strats because this one from Disrupt Gaming seemed really well put together. So I got to imagine the coach Evil Waffle had something to do with that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one of the most impressive things that I saw in regards to a setup was Slash. And it was something reminiscent of what I saw at USN 2019 when he was with Luminosity. But this time around, he had Bio in the closet with a cross towards bathroom window, while Slash was hiding behind the shield looking towards closet window, and he was able to rack up a ton of kills. Bio was able to join him with that, and I mean, that type of play, Disrupt had nothing for it. No answer at all.
And this was Disrupt's debut, and without question, a little bit rocky there, but definitely promising. I think specifically NJR really coming out strong. Jesse, you were mentioning that a lot.
Yeah, I think that he had a slow start. Obviously, when they first hit that road bump in map number 1, NGR didn't look great on Cafe, but he started to gain his footing more so in Consulate, and I thought really here on Villa he sort of shined, which is awesome to see because, again, he's one of those younger players. He's just coming in brand new now, and he was hitting all his shots, right? His Jackal play was interesting. Usually that's more of like a flank watch type thing, but he was doing a great job sort of entering with the Jackal, giving himself that own information. Some of his decision-making moments were really impressive, like when he was in the pantry with the goo mine in his foot. That was a really impressive kill under an intense circumstance. So no, NGR proved his stuff, and I was really happy to see him pop off in that last map.
All right, gentlemen, well, we have Foxy on deck, so we're going to do a quick interview with him. Foxy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
Yay! Well, congrats on the win. Yes, you performed very well. You had an extremely strong showing. Same with Laxine, so congratulations. And Taro said that this will go down in R6 history as one of the strangest series. We got to talk about those skin violations. What was happening on your end? What was your team talking about during those delays?
Yeah, so a lot of people are giving Nyx hate, but we actually hacked into the mainframe and were able to put the skins on his PC. So honestly, it was Hopes and his dog in the back. They did it all. So shout out to them for hacking his PC. I don't know. It was kind of a waste of time. It was kind of really annoying. Sometimes it worked in our favor, sometimes it didn't. It was a good momentum killer for both teams. But yeah, I mean, in those moments, you just gotta kind of stay motivated and ready to go in, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter is coming down really hard on Nyx. What are your thoughts on what happened there?
I mean, just don't have the skins on. I don't know. Once or twice, it makes sense, but I'd be surprised if they were calling that many out of the blue plays to where they had to change skins. He was saying that Casper the Friendly Ghost was on his PC changing everything, so I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. We're just there to play.
Yeah, definitely bizarre to say the least. So Disrupt definitely lost some momentum with those skin violations on map 1, and they crumbled. On map 2, though, they actually came back very hard. Did you guys feel nervous at all going into map 3, or what were you telling each other?
I wouldn't necessarily say we felt nervous. We knew that if they would win a map, it would probably be Consulate because it fits their playstyle a lot more. For the most part, I think just on Consulate, we kind of I don't know, we were smoking them kills wise, but they were winning rounds, so we were kind of just getting it got to our heads, I guess. But we just kind of cleared it out and tried playing normally and on the third map. So yeah, we weren't really too worried.
All right, well, you guys certainly performed quite well, getting that victory. Congratulations again. Thank you so much, Foxy, for the interview. And let's check back in with our analysts, Veli and Jesse. Thanks again, Foxy. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, he seemed just as confused as we all did by the skin violations. Not quite sure what to say about all that. Again, a lot of people coming down hard on Nyx, and, you know, we were all talking during the break, and you got to feel a little bit bad for the guy as well. You know, like, Twitter is roasting him alive right now, Veli.
Yeah, you know what? And like I said before, I'm not going to take it back. You know, rightfully so. I mean, he deserves it. But at the end of the day, he performed. He didn't let that bother him. And to be quite honest, not everybody, a lot of people were rooting for him to lose this game. So for him to go out and really show it to Oxygen and almost getting that win says a lot. I feel like this team has a lot of potential in the future, especially. And NJR is going to be a star in this league.
And actually, it's funny, we were talking about Twitter. I think Canadian tweeted something out, like, I kind of low-key want to see Nyx pull this off. You know what I mean? It was something along those lines. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that was such an intense series. Like, we were just kind of, all of us, we were like, who are we rooting for right now while we were watching this? Jesse, any big takeaways from that match? I mean, just, that was such a wild one.
Yeah, I think takeaways are that these two teams were relatively close. I thought that Disrupt may be an emotional team, but certainly they have what it takes to take it to the best of them, and they're going to be one to watch out for this season. Obviously, now we know like the next round matchups for Group A, so I think that E United going up against Disrupt Gaming is going to be a really, really close one to watch. I would expect that Disrupt looked, they looked a little bit stronger, I would say, in the opening matchup, but you could also argue it had an easier opponent. So I don't know. I think that Disrupt are a team that should be feared, and the people that were putting them dead last in the league maybe need to rethink that.
All right. Well, we still got a lot of action ahead of us, you guys. I mean, like, we've been here for how many hours? But up next, our second match, Sonics versus Dark Zero. Don't go anywhere.